Guys, very good morning. Y'all can hear me, right?
Good morning, Mr. Vice. Can hear.
Very good. Super. So, a small thing. Now, have we completed the marketing management process? I am just confused with it. Did we start this one, CBB, the consumer-based brand equity model? Did we start discussing? There was another class I did. මට මේ දෙකෙන් කෝකෙද්ද කරේ කියලා මට පොඩි confusion එකක් ආවා. අපි මේ consumer based brand equity එක කරාද කෙවින් ලේන් කියලාගේ මේ model මෙන්න මේ session එක start කරාද ඔයගොල්ලන්ට මම මේක. Can someone tell me what you all can see in the screen? Screen එක පේනව නේද? මේ screen එකේ තියෙන CBBE model එක තියෙන session එක අපි කරාද? මීට කලින් ඇත්තටම මම segmentation කරලා ඉන්න ඕනේ. I think I have not shared the segmentation slides with you all. ඒකයි මම අද උදේ segmentation එක share කරේ. මේක මම start කරාද ඔයගොල්ලන්ට මතකද මේක ඔයගොල්ලන්ටද කරේ මම?
No, I don't think.
Okay. Right. හැබැයි අපි මේ marketing management එක ඉවර කරානේ marketing management process එක. Positioning එක කරේ නෑ. This not this. මේක අපි ඉවර කරා right? මේකේ මේ marketing management process එක ඉවර කරා නේද?
Oh.
The whole thing or give me 1 minute, I will take you all there. So now in this we identified these few models, right? Models in the sense each and every steps we were talking about, right? Signal වල issue එකක් තියෙනවා load වෙන්න පොඩි වෙලාවක් යනවා. So මේකේ තියෙන ඒ steps ටික අපි කතා කරානේ නේද ඔක්කොම ටික. එතන concern එකක් ආවේ නෑනේ. Right. Then we were talking about the other one also. Other one in the sense, what do you call marketing management orientations. අපි මේක කතා කරලා තමයි usually අනිත් එකට යන්නේ. We discussed this as well. Hope you all can remember. Marketing management orientations. We discussed these two. Right? So now before I start consumer-based brand equity, because a consumer-based brand equity is talking about the positioning values, right? So positioning values kata karana hinda, what I thought, okay, rather taking the CBBE model at once, discussing how we enter into the positioning by doing proper segmentation and targeting. Then after that, I'll be taking you all on the CBBE model. So මේකේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට මේ LMS area LMS එකේ තාම මේ segmentation targeting and positioning ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ එකට අප්ලෝඩ් කරලා නැහැ. ඒක මම දාන්න session එකෙන් පස්සේ, but I have shared you all the PPT of it. So we'll use the PPT for time being and do it. So once I complete this, I will upload that also in the LMS so that you all can use it continuously. So let me share the slide. Okay. Right. So why I wanted to stress you all on this area, even in your assignment, guys, you all have the positioning one. I could have straight away started the positioning one, but it's not the proper approach. ඒකයි මම ඒ විදිහට ගියේ නැත්තේ because focusing on the assignment එකේ task 1 part 2 වල අපි කතා කරනවා ඒගොල්ලෝ අහනවා identify the present organization brand positioning approach කියලා. එතකොට ඒක අපිට CBB model එක use කරගෙන කරන්න පුළුවන්, but you all should have a proper approach. කොහොමද positioning එකට එන්නේ? අර එකපාරටම positioning කියන්නේ මේකයි කියන level එකට යන්නේ නැතුව theory base කරගෙන මේකේ flow එකක් ගන්න ඕනේ. හින්දා තමයි I thought of taking the segmentation, targeting, then positioning, then how to develop the positioning further using to increase the brand equity කියන එකට ගන්න ඕනේ. තමයි මම එතන ඒ ටික ඒක කතා කරලා මේකට යන්නේ. සහ in your assignment, even in task 2, they are asking assess the existing corporate brand identity. මොකද identity and ඒ ටික ඔක්කොන්ටම identity that helps the target market, because you should know, okay, how we identify our target market based on the company what we are selecting or whatever. So මේ ටික කතා කරන්න බෑ ඕගොල්ලන්ට මම segmentation, targeting and positioning කරන්න නැතුව ඊට පස්සේ CBB එක කරොත් තමයි ඕගොල්ලන්ට මේ ටික හරියටම යන්න පුළුවන්. So because of that, I'll be taking you all through the segmentation, targeting and positioning model today. Guys, actually this slide I have done for DSMM students, the previous batch, right? December examination one, but the content is same. Content in the sense segmentation එකට අදාළ content එක same. මේක ඕගොල්ලෝගේ LMS එකට upload කරන්න ඕගොල්ලෝගේ name එකත් එක්ක. So I mean just bear with me for time being මේ DSMM එක කියන එක ඕගොල්ලෝගේ එකට එයි PDSBM එකත් එක්කම ඒ detail එකත් එක්ක. So that is just the name, right? Okay, now what I want to do it here, guys, our intention is to identify how we go for positioning and what are the step we have to take before we start positioning, right? So, and there's something called segmentation and targeting, which is one of the strategy area. One of the strategy area in branding and marketing, even sales management, I would say. So මේකේ අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම මේ segmentation, targeting එක අපිට හරියට කරගන්න බැරි වුණොත් අපි positioning වර්ධිනවා. Positioning වර්ධුනොත් මම connectivities ගත්තොත් segmentation, targeting එක හරියට කරගන්න බැරි වුණොත් අපිට we will not be able to do proper differentiation. We identified the point of difference and the point of parity now. So that we discuss further when it comes for positioning. Point of difference focus කරන්නේ කොහෙද? Point of parity focus කරන්නේ කොහෙද? So we will be discussing further into it. So if you don't know, where are we going to address in the sense our target market and the target audience, so called the customers and the consumers, the potential market, right? So our differentiation might go wrong. So when our differentiation goes wrong, our positioning goes wrong. So when our positioning goes wrong, our entire equity goes wrong. Equity development part, equity in the sense the value development part will go wrong. So because of that only, we are starting this. It's a connectivity, my dear friends. Isolately, as I told you, we can't run certain things isolately. සමහර වෙලාවට ඔයගොල්ලෝ segmentation, targeting, positioning කරනවා. නමුත් මේකේ connectivity එක ගන්න දන්නේ නැති වුණොත් අපි කරන කිසි දෙයකින් වැඩක් නැහැ. Right? So that is where we need to look at. So let's first look at what is the segmentation, targeting and positioning and how it basically add values for customers කියන එක අපිට බලන්න ඕනේ, because our intention is to identify that particular area. So when you look at the segmentation, targeting and positioning, so these are the areas we will be discussing anyway, right? We'll be discussing what is segmentation when it comes for B2B, B2C, and whatever, which means the business market and the consumer market, and what are the things we need to focus. How we evaluate the segment, right? How we select the right segment, which means selecting the right group. differentiation and positioning අපි යන්නේ කොහොමද කියන එක. තමයි අපි මෙතනදී බලන්නේ. Right? So first let's look at the meaning of each and every terms that are here. Right? Well, let's look at the meaning of each and every words that are here, because then only we can move forward with that. Okay, before I take up, I mean, with your understanding, what do you mean by segmentation? මොකද්ද මේ අපි segment කරනවායි කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? අපි මේ ඕගොල්ලෝ දන්න විදිහට I don't need the theoretical definition. මොකද හිතන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ අපි segment කරනවායි කියලා කියන්නේ? What do you think? Segment කරනවායි කියලා කියන්නේ? What will be the term segmentation? Anyone? Do you all have any idea about what is segmentation? Okay. Now look at this even image, what you can see in the screen. Now this is like the entire population mixed, right? It's like the entire population. In Sri Lanka, 22 million entire population is there. Everybody together, right? There is no unique identity together when you mix them. You don't have a unique identity in it. But you group them based on whatever the parameters, maybe religion, maybe income, maybe height, weight, right? Waist size, maybe family size, maybe, right? Education qualification, maybe. So then you have a distinctive or the unique significant identification. දැන් මේක මම මේ විදියට කිව්වට ඕගොල්ලෝ මේක grade 9 mathematics වල කරලා තියෙනවා. You all have done a topic called set theories. කුලක කියලා ඕගොල්ලෝ identify කරගන්න. Now this is like the universal set. සර්වත්‍ර කුලකය කියලා කියන්නේ ගන්නේ mathematics වලදී universal set epsilon අපි දාලා මෙන්න මේ mark එක දාලා අපි identify කරගන්නේ. Epsilon එක. So ඒක මේ universal set එක. ඒතකොට මේ universal set එකේ now everybody is there. Now let's say animals අපි ගත්තොත්, right? Animals අපි ගත්තොත් I mean reptiles වෙන්න පුළුවන්, birds වෙන්න පුළුවන්, quadrupeds වෙන්න පුළුවන්, right? Okay. So ඒ වගේ අපිට classify කරන්න පුළුවන් සම්පූර්ණම animal group එක අපි ගත්තොත්. So I mean this is not a new thing in your learning. If you go back to your school, you have done this. But here, how are we going to use it when it comes for business is the concern. This is purely the set theories kind of a thing when it comes for term segmentation. Now, when you look at the set theory, මම එතනින් එන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ දන්න දෙයින් මම නොදන්න දෙයට එන්නේ. When you look at set theory, එහෙම නැත්නම් කුලක කියන එක ඔයගොල්ලෝ ඉගෙන ගත්තොත් මෙන්න මේ සර්වත්‍ර කුලකය ගත්තොත් ඒකේ සම්පූර්ණම අපිට uniqueness එකක් identify කරගන්න බෑ, because everybody mix in it. Right? Everybody mix in it. But what we do, right? We break them into subset. උපකුලක වලට කඩනවා. මොනවා බේස් කරගෙනද? ඉන්කම් එක බේස් කරගෙන අපි එක කුලකයක් හදනවා ලක්ෂයට වඩා සැලරි ගන්න කට්ටිය උදාහරණයක්. right? තව එක්කෙනෙක් කියනවා PhD තියෙන කට්ටිය එක group එකකට දානවා. තව කුලකයක්, another set, right? So another set we said, okay, those who are only qualified with O level, not having any other quality. So like that. Then මේක ගත්තහම අපි කුලකවල කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? mutually exclusive groups කියලානේ කියන්නේ අපි. set theories අපි ඒකට කියනවා I can't remember the single word for that. කුලකවලදී අපි කියනවා ඒ කියන්නේ එකකට එකක් සම්බන්ධතාවයක් නැහැයි කියන එක. දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම O level වත් නැති එක්කෙනෙකුයි PhD එක්කෙනෙකුයි ගත්තොත් එතන qualification wise significant differentiation එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒකට අපි කියනවා mutually exclusive කියලා. mutually exclusive group එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ group එක ඇතුලේ තියෙන uniqueness is there. Unique identification is there. So segmentation means that. Segmentation means that අපි සත්තුන්ගේ පක්ෂීන් වෙනම birds if we identified separately, so that is one segment. Quadrupeds another segment, reptiles another segment. So segmentation means what? Dividing the entire population. Okay, when it comes for business, you are dealing with people. So because of that, I will tell people, population. Dividing entire population of people. Population කියලා කිව්වම people විතරක් නෙමෙයි. දැන් අපි මේකදි ගත්තොත් දැන් animal population එක ගත්තොත් ඒකත් population එක. Dividing the entire population or the Sri Lankan population, global population, into mutually exclusive groups. Mutually exclusive කිව්වහම දැන් ඕගොල්ලන්ට මතක නම් කුලකවල අපි කතා කරා ඡේදනයක් කියලා නේ. දැන් මෙතන එක කුලකයක් තියෙනවා, මෙතන එක කුලකයක් තියෙනවා, මේ දෙක අතරමැද කැලලක් තියෙනවා. දැන් mutually exclusive නම් මේ දෙකේම එකම qualities තියෙන්නේ. So segmentation we are doing in a way where we can have a clear mutual exclusivity. Mutual exclusivity එකක් තියෙනවා. Otherwise our segmentation strategy designing part will be a concern, because we will not be able to design targeting strategies properly when we are having a mix inside that particular segment as well. We will not be do proper positioning approach if we don't have proper segmentation and uniqueness inside that particular selected segment. So it will change if you don't do it properly. So see, this image clearly define the meaning of segmentation. So you divide the entire population into mutually exclusive groups. A group එක ඇතුලේ mutual exclusivity එකක් තියෙනවා. Then only you can get a clear idea. But how are we going to get this mutual exclusivity? May unique identification එක ගන්න. What are the parameters we will be using? We need to look at now. So let's move forward with the segmentation first. Then after that, I will take you all through the targeting and the positioning. Now, make a population. I'm repeating. Groups වලට කඩන එක, mutually exclusive groups වලට කඩන එක අපි segmentation කියලා කියනවා. Right? Dividing the entire market into smaller groups with homogeneous characters. Heterogeneity characters නෙමෙයි. එක එක්කෙනාට වෙනස් characters නෙමෙයි. But we are talking about homogeneity characters. So without talking about homogeneity characters, we can't talk about mutual exclusivity. අපිට mutual exclusivity එකක් කතා කරන්න බෑ මේ group එක ඇතුලේ homogeneity characters නැත්තම්. මේ වචන බලන්න, right? Now when you look at this, sometimes you might have heard about a word called heterogeneity. Heterogeneity is not, variable. It's vary from person to person. But here we talk about the homogeneity characters. එකම character එක තමයි, එක විදිය uniqueness එක තමයි මේ group එක ඇතුලේ තියෙන්නේ, homogeneity character. So dividing the heterogeneity population. See, dividing large heterogeneity market. දැන් මෙතන තිබ්බේ මේ heterogeneity market එකක් තමයි homogeneity groups වලට කැඩුවේ අපි. So identify this entire market when you take together, it's heterogeneity behaviors, heterogeneity nature mix up. Right? Now we need to look at, guys, අපි මේ group වලට කඩන්න use කරන්න පුළුවන් අපිට strategies මොනවද tools අපිට තියෙන්නේ, මොනවද variables අපිට තියෙන්න පුළුවන්, අපිට මොනවද තියෙන්න පුළුවන් bases. So, okay, what are the bases we can use to segment the market? So we need to look at here. Now, if the segmentation is dividing the market into mutually exclusive groups, now if that says මේ population එක මාර්ගෙන අපි group වලට කඩනවායි කියන එක නම් තියෙන්නේ කොහොමද කඩන්නේ? Now we need to look at based on what? So we identify four main variables, major variables, right? අපි මේ major variables ටික ගත්තොත් අපි මෙතන we identify four major variables what we can use to segment the market, what we can use to group our population. Okay. Now let's look at one by one. Let's look at one by one. One is based on the geographic parameter. Now see geographic factors. Now, which means what we are talking about geographical parameters, the Bhugoliya sadhaka balapalawana, Bhugoliya sadhaka mata tamai api population එක කඩන්නේ. Now take the Sri Lankan map. Now we have 9 regions: northern, southern, eastern, western. North central, central, ඌව සබරගම north western. Right? So ඔය ටිකනේ අපිට තියෙන්නේ. So regional classification is there for country. Now when we implement our strategies, let's say eastern part, northern part, southern part, we can't use the same strategy. We might not be able to use the same strategy. So we might have sometimes do slight differentiation with our approach. People component, at least those who are handling those areas. So whatever you name it, we can't implement the same strategy. Identical strategy, we might not be able to implement there. So geographical classification, we need to have a clear idea. So geographical classification does not mean, guys, only the boundaries. No. Height from sea level, right? Height from sea level. I mean, agriculture industry. I mean, soil condition differs. I mean, when you go hill country, and the climate different, the temperature, humidity different. When you look at the different, heights from sea level. So when you look at them, you identify you can't implement the same strategy all over. Tropical me garba කලාපීය ප්‍රදේශයකට දාන එකක් අපිට බෑ hill countries වලට දාන්න. ඒතර අපි agriculture කරනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි garment manufacture industry එක අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම. Now the winter garments not for Colombo. Winter garments when it comes to Sri Lanka, at least you can say Badulu Bandarwala not even Kandy Nuwara we can say. So winter type garments, not that type of a winter quilts, but somewhat similar to winter garments. Now, I mean, though we don't have 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter, right? Globally we see. Now in Sri Lanka, we have monsoons, 2 monsoons as 2 main seasons, right? Nititadika mosam, Isanadika mosam කියලා කියන්නේ, right? So, I mean, අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඒක climatic change එක. So we need to identify the climatic change. So all these related to the geographical condition. Now tourism industry, if you really look at, now we have northeastern tourism වෙනම තියෙනවා, southern tourism වෙනම තියෙනවා, right? එතකොට now southern tourism starting from August to April, and the tourism especially focusing the northeastern and even to a certain extent central part of the country, north central part of the country. You talk about it in April to August kind of a time period. Why? Because of the climatic condition. So because you should be able to travel, those areas. So like that. You got to identify how the climatic conditions are influencing. Now let's say you talk about the global branding, global approach. Now European Union, the countries like that. Okay, the groups, the geopolitical groups when you look at. Okay, so your strategy, the branding strategy, might different. So you got to identify geopolitical classifications, continents, right? Now, I mean, when you implement Asia, Africa, Australia, so like that, your strategy is different. All these are geographical parameters. So it can be in Sri Lanka, it can be as the whole world, right? We can classify. Now, even when you look at the global climatic condition. So Arctic, then when you look at these two northern and southern Arctic regions, so and maybe the other areas, right, related to the where you see not that much of a cold climate throughout the year. So like that you can classify. Now winter quills we manufacture in Sri Lanka. Winter quills we manufacture in Sri Lanka, but not for Sri Lankans, but for the people those who are in a different geographical area. So we got to identify that. So if I'm manufacturing winter garments, where does it go? So how am I going to classify geographically? So by looking at the climatic condition, you got to identify that. You got to identify that. So geographical classification. Now, when it comes to geographical classification, even different geographic classification, when you look at now, there are dialects, there are the language, there are different cultures within those territories. So our approach will be different. Our branding approach will be different. So you got to look at. Now, as an example, if I take, okay, the McDonald's, when they go to India, they're a bit careful because, they can't use items like pork-related items, right? So, cultural adaptations, the global geographic, when you look at it in the multinational, the global branding perspectives, geographical adaptations are significant. Now, as an example, okay, now McDonald, Burger King වල ඔය rice කියන product එක තිබ්බේ නෑනේ. They didn't have a product in Mac rice කියන එක තිබ්බේ නෑනේ. Burger King එකේ ඒ rice එක තිබ්බේ නෑනේ. So they were adapting that to suit Sri Lankan palate, Sri Lankan culture, right? So, but that does not mean it goes as only the cultural segmentation. No, it's basically they identified this different geographic area where we need to look into it in a different way for adaptation. They identified that. Other than that, they implement, regional branding. The regional branding, regional marketing approach. Right? Branding wise, globally, the brand name and everything wise, they are looking at global. But let's say customizing the regional branding. McDonald's, I'm not just promoting that, okay. McDonald's එකේ අපි හිතමු උදාහරණයක් විදිහට Happy Meal toy එක දෙනවයි කියලා. They practice regional branding for that. අද මෙහි ලංකාවේ Happy Meal එකට දෙන toy එකම තමයි මේ South Asian region එකේ මේගොල්ලෝ distribute කරන්නේ. So regional marketing, regional campaigns, regional branding approach. So like that, we look at the geographical classification. Density අපි ගත්තොත් density කියලා කියන්නේ ඝනත්වය, right? Urban, suburban, rural. Now when you look at area like Colombo, high density, no. Now Colombo 1 to 15, if you really look at high density. From there also Colombo, when you look at 12 to 15, the population is huge. Right? Population is huge. So we need to look at the density. ඝනත්වය කියන්නේ වර්ග මීටරයකට ඉන්න population එක අනුව අපි categorize කරනවා. Now, when you look at the political map in Sri Lanka, right? The number of voters, based on the number of voters, the party representation differs. No? The representation of the politicians differs. No? So that is based on the density of that particular area. Now let's say as an example, you don't identify the density in a given area. So you don't know how many units to supply in that particular area if you don't know the density. Then පිටකොටුව පැත්තට Colombo 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 පැත්තට කරන distribution එකයි ඌව සබරගම්මුවට එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ නුවරට කරන distribution එකයි මේ වෙනස්නේ. Because of the density, you can't use the same capacity over there. No? So දැන් ඇත්තටම නුවරත් පිටකොටුවක් වීගෙන එනවා. It's a different story, right? So අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම density එක කියලා කියන්නේ ඝනත්වය, number of customers, those who are available, or the number, the population availability, the size of the population availability. Based on that, we again segment. එහෙනම් එහෙම segment කරලා අපිට කියනවා මේක high density, මේක low density, මේක mid කියලා අපි කියනවා. එහෙනම් මේ පැත්තට volume එක වැඩි, මේ පැත්තට volume එක අඩුයි, මේ පැත්තට volume එක moderately යවන්න ඕනේ කියලා. So then volume එක වැඩි පැත්තට අපේ resources allocate කරනවා වැඩිපුර vehicles යනවා, වැඩිපුර sales team ඉන්නවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අඩු පැත්තට අඩුවෙන් අර ඒ විදිහට you talk about. So density, ඝනත්වය. So that those things, those parameters we can use to segment the market by looking at the geographical parameter. දැන් මෙතන මම height from sea level, tropical area මම දාලා නැහැ, but those also climatic condition comes under climatic condition, right? So 4 seasons, right? Spring, autumn, winter, summer කියන seasons 4. එතකොට ඒවා ඔක්කොම geographical factors base කරගෙන තමයි market එක අපි define කරන්නේ. Now look at products. Even automobile industry, ඕගොල්ලෝ අහලා තියෙනවා නම් land vehicle කියලා. අර අපි කියන්නේ ඉඩම් වාහන කියලා සිංහලෙන්. When you look at land vehicle based on the geographic parameters, guys, though ලංකාවේ Range Rovers, Prados and SUVs මේ carpets වල ගියාට, right? දැන් වලක් දැක්කහම අපේ මිනිස්සු දැන් ඔය Range Rovers එහෙම යන මිනිස්සු පොඩි, right? ඒ කියන්නේ අපි බම්පර් එකක් දැක්කහම එහෙම හරි ස්ලෝ කරලා මේකෙන් හිමීට අරගෙන වලක් දැක්කහම වල පුළුවන් තරම් අයින් කර. These vehicles have designed for off-road environmental conditions. SUVs have designed for tough road conditions, not for this carpeted road, right? And before they release their vehicles into the market, they run the vehicle in test condition, I mean to say, in different road conditions, the gravel, the muddy, the tough road conditions වල ඒගොල්ලෝ ගෙනියනවා vehicle ගෙනියලා ඒ condition එක බලලා තමයි මේ market එකට release කරන්නේ. So ඔය Range Rovers අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම, you just study Range Rover advertisements, will you, the way they show the toughness of the vehicle, but our people use it in different way, right? So see, those also there. And tractors, the land related vehicles, the jeeps, right? ඒව ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඒ geographical condition එක. Then we might not think geographical condition. Why certain vehicle comes, I mean, why vehicle comes to Sri Lanka, vehicle manufactured for Sri Lankan region, South Asian region, with a bit of a high ground clearance. කියන්නේ ටයර් එකයි, ඒ කියන්නේ පොළවයි මේ chassis අතර ඒ ground clearance එක වැඩි මේ South Asian region එකට. ජපාන් නෑ, එහෙම නෑ. ඇයි ඒ ලංකාවේ තියෙන ඒ road condition එකේ geographical condition එක base කරලා තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒවා හදන්නේ. ලංකාවටම කියලා හදනව නෙමෙයි, South Asian region එකට අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම. So even vehicles, right? Now samahara countries well, okay, now vehicles, when you manufactured for countries with a cold climate, heaters are pretty strong than ACs. They are giving priority for heating equipments more than the ACs. So climatizing, we are climatizing. Even the automobile industry, you see this climatization. So එතකොට ඒ ඔක්කොම geographic සාධක base කරගෙන අපි කරන්නේ. Electrical equipments, if you look at, right? 110 the 240, දැන් ලංකාවට මේ පැත්තට එනවා ඔක්කොම 240, but Europe, when you look at 110, right? Electrical capacity ඔක්කොම climatize කරනවානේ, right? එතකොට ඒ geographic region එකට අපි allocate කරනවා ඒ product එක. even electrical item වල pin type එක කොහොමද එන්නේ? ඔය ඔක්කොම හැම දෙයක්ම මේ geographic region එක base කරගෙන තමයි අපි product manufacturing යන්නේ once you identify that clearly. ඒකට geographic කියලා කිව්වහම don't just limit your knowledge into මේ boundaries වලින් නතර කරන්න එපා geographic කියලා කිව්වහම. ලොකු දෙයක් කියන. And then අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම Arabic countries වල dress code එක just to get away from the dust and all these things, protect them from the මේ කියන්නේ මොනවාද වැලි කුණාටු වලින් ආරක්ෂා වෙන විදිහට තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ dress codes හදාගෙන තියෙන්නේ. Those things, right, based on the geographic condition, okay? So you got to identify even the food habits, okay? Then again the climatic condition, based on the climatic. දැන් ඕගොල්ලෝ මේ සීතල රටකට ගිහිල්ලා right හිම වැටෙද්දි අයිස්ක්‍රීම් කන්නේ නැහැ නේ. එහෙම කන්නේ. දැන් සමහර එක්කෙනෙක්ට කියන්න පුළුවන් මේ වගේ කන්ඩිෂන් එකකට එන්න පුළුවන්. අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එකේ ටෙම්පරේචර් එක now these are certain arguments comes in, right? අයිස්ක්‍රීම් එකේ ටෙම්පරේචර් එක මේ outside temperature එකට වඩා මේ පොඩ්ඩක් වැඩි නම් අයිස්ක්‍රීම් කනවා කියන්නේ. Very unlikely, but there are people like that even. Okay, so you got to identify that. You got to identify food patterns, right? So it different. Okay, so we need to identify the geographic factors. That balanda have a look on certain brands how they consider geographical classification before they focus on their brand designing and the manufacturing. Okay, so look at it. And the other factor we identified as the demographic factor. Another make a variable එකක් අපිට use කරන්න පුළුවන් segmentation වලට. We can use demographic factors. Any question, guys? Any question? Geographic factors. Any questions you all need to clarify? Anything? Anyone is having any question? Okay, good. Right, now let's look at the demographic factors. The demographic factors, when you look at the demographic factors, those are personal factors, individual, right? Age, gender, occupation, education, qualification, income. What am I demographic factors? Demo, self, right? Self-related, individual-related factors. Then now, when you look at, okay, whatever the products, when you look at, you name it, you can identify sometimes based on the demographic factors. Now, even tobacco, let's say, by looking at the income, now you have different range of tobacco products, right? Right? Liquor, different range of liquor products, right? Restaurant service, different range of restaurant service, maybe by looking at your income, right? The way you can spend. Fashion industry, different range. Electronic industry, different range of washing machines, different range of TVs by looking at your income. By looking at your family size, the different range of capacities of washing machines, dishwashers, you name. All these things are demographic factors. Your physical size, your weight class, your waist size, your chest size, your collar size, all these things are demographic factors. Collar size එක මේක නම් ඒක demographic. බරාණුව මාත්‍රාව, right? Now, Panadol is talking about the dosage based on the weight class of the kid. So, Baranuwa Matrava Kila, weight is taken as a segmentation tool right now. Now, double XL as an example, for whom? By looking at the size of the individual, they identified the unique segment over there, double XL brand, if you really look at it in Sri Lankan context, as a Sri Lankan brand. Now see, unique market, right? Unique market. Junior George as an example, once again in the fashion industry. I mean, kids. So that segment, right? Mother care in global context, the global brand, the mother care. I mean, they talk about what? Mother and baby, the demographic, the baby, age from 6 to 60. අපි මාස 6 ඉඳලා අවුරුදු 6 වෙනකන් එහෙම නැත්නම් මාසයේ ඉඳලා අවුරුදු 6 වෙනකන් ඉපදිච්ච දවසේ ඉඳලා අවුරුදු 6 අවුරුදු 12 වෙනකන් සහ pregnant mothers those who are feeding complete demographic variables. Demographic variables. Sports products, right? Demographic variable, use, size, income, branded items, unbranded commodities. Unbranded commodities for whom? Those who are not having strong financial capacity. I mean, that goes for unbranded commodity. So you got to identify them. You got to identify. Now, I mean, income එක අනුව range එකක් එනවා. Family size එක අනුව range. I mean, you take as an example, why individual pack and a family pack when it comes for instant noodles, right? So, by looking at the size of the family, or you might take consumption rate over there, but they have designed for a by looking at the family size. The C. So we need to look at that. We need to look at that. So demographic parameter, gender, right? Whether you are a male or a female, and neither male nor female. Not as a criticism, but you see there are different products by looking at the gender. Masculine, feminine, straight away the fashion industry, you have a clear differentiation. Masculine, feminine products, male, female products, right? Male garment, female garment products. I mean, perfume, masculine, feminine perfume. Personal care products, masculine, feminine, right? Even drugs, let's say as example, why Wellman, Wellwoman multivitamins for male, female, clear differentiation. Clear differentiation. Even in pharmaceutical industry, the gender has taken. Wellman, Wellwoman. Clear differentiation, my dear friends. So see, so all these are demographic parameters. Now, age checking අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම, age checking enough and more you can talk about. So these things are demographic parameter. Family life cycle. Okay, when you look at the family life cycle start from infant. Infant become a baby become a kid become a teenager become young adult, married with kids. ඔය විදිහට යන life එක තමයි family life cycle. By looking at the position of the family life cycle, we divide the market. Full nest family කියලා කියනවා. Full nest family එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ කවුද? Mother, father, about 3 kids. Full nest family. Empty nest family, mother and father only. Kids might have moved out from their parents, or else no kids, but only husband and wife. Right? So see, empty nest family. Newly married couple, life cycle stage, right? Teenagers, life cycle stage. Young adults, life cycle stages. Senior citizens, life cycle stages. So we got to identify them. We got to identify and break them. මේ හැම දෙයක්ම අපිට වැදගත් වෙනවා branding වලදී. Now, I mean, there are insurance schemes, there are certain medical schemes, there are certain, sports activities and certain clubs focusing senior citizens. Not much in Sri Lanka though, but in global context, my dear friends. Now, when you look at, let's say fitness gym as an example. Now in global trend works for senior citizens. Targeting senior citizens. දැන් අපි ලංකාවේ ගත්තාම gym එකක් කියලා කියපු ගමන් ඔලුවටනේ මොකද්ද? මේව කළා හොඳ muscles ටිකක් දාගෙන මේ මගේ වගේ නෙමෙයි මගේ තියෙන්නේ කොටු muscles තියෙන්නේ right? හොඳ muscles ටිකක් දාගෙන 6 packs හදාගෙන හොඳ forearm එක back arm එක හොඳට හදාගෙන හොඳ body chest එකක් ඕකනේ අපේ ඔළුව වල තියෙන්නේ අපි gym එකක් කියලා කිව්වහම. But in global context, my dear friends, the global gym brands, when you really look at, now they are focusing on a special segment, so called the senior citizen, focusing the health segment, right? Both physical and the mental health segment with so much of activities involved. So you got to identify that. So these things, all these things are life cycle stages, right? Income, I don't have to explain much. Occupation, job, education, by looking at the education, you see. Okay, I mean, by looking at the education, your next education qualification. If you're a school leaver, then you can go for a diploma, then higher diploma, then degree, then MBA. Postgraduate MBA, PhD, DBA, and all these things. Then O level karbo gam PhD ek karanna bane. So you have, based on your education qualification, the next thing available. Right? So you got to identify. Religion, right? Food habits maybe. Okay. So nationality, then again, if you're a Sri Lankan, right? If you're an Indian, if you're a Russian, if you're a European, if you're an Australian, it's like that. Depending on your nationality, we categorize the market. So these are some subsets, sub-elements. So demographic factors means what? Individual self. Then the behavioral factors. Behavior of what? Behavior of buying and consumption. In simple term, behavior of buying and consumption. Right? Api consume karanne koi vidiyada. Api purchase karanne koi vidiyada. Are we frequent buyers? Infrequent buyers? Moderate. When do we shop? I mean, when do we go for shopping? Are we going for are we going for shopping with the whole family, or are we going alone? Are we taking kids? So different type of behaviors. So in Sri Lanka, when do people prefer coffee? When do people prefer tea? When do people prefer fruit juice? And markets like Europe and USA, right? Western part of the world, fruit juice is a drink which is taken in the morning. And even the coffee is taken in the morning. But in Sri Lanka, only when it comes for a cold climate, they might look at coffee. Or as a fashion product, they might look at coffee. Now, why in Sri Lanka so much of coffee outlets, the branded coffee outlets, right? Barista, Coffee Bean, Java, London coffee shops, and all these coffee outlets. I mean, what type of a behavior? Is it a real coffee drinking expectation where the coffee is needed in a cold climate to make your energy boost with a caffeine or something, you know? So you got to identify it. You need to identify. So different behavioral patterns are there. Smoking habits, chain smoker or regular smoker, non-smoker, right? Drinking habit, alcoholic consumption habit, right? Teetotaler or heavy drinker, moderate drinker, occasional drinker, right? So behavioral factors you got to identify. Based on that, right? Based on that. Usage rate, based on that. We identify the usage rate. Volume, moderate, low, high, moderate, low. Usage rate. Based on that, we categorize the market. Let's say you are running a supermarket as an example. So you analyze your customer database. Why all these loyalty cards are there? The moment you put all the data into the CRM, they identified heavy users, moderate users, low users. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නවා heavy users ලාට එහෙනම් ඔන්න loyalty cards දෙනවා, high discount promotions යවනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ව තව ගෙන්න ගන්න. So usage rate right? So we need to look at the loyalty status. All these things are behavioral patterns, right? All these things are behavioral patterns. Now you might very unlikely to change the salon, right? Very unlikely to change the physiotherapist, very unlikely to change the, I mean, like even certain doctors, very unlikely to change the family doctors, right? And even sometimes when you look at your own behavior of the customers, right? When they attach to a particular supermarket, right? They tend behaviorally, they adapt themselves to go and shop from that particular supermarket. That it works as a pattern. So loyalty status slowly created. ඒ pattern එක දැන් ඕගොල්ලොන්ගේ pattern එක පොඩ්ඩක් හිතන්න. Your consumption and the behavioral pattern, you just think when you look at, you go in the morning, okay, when you want to go for shopping, let's say as example, okay, එහෙනම් හුරු supermarket එකටනේ යන්නේ. ඒකෙත් when you really study inside the supermarket, no matter how much how they have arranged aisles, when you get comfortable, you use the same somewhat similar path, my dear friends. So these things are identified for branding purpose. Put flow එකේ path එක identify කරගෙන branding වලට අපි use කරනවා. So we need to identify the loyalty status, readiness status, buyer readiness status. Readiness status, when you look at whether your buyer knows about your brand, whether they are having a proper awareness towards your brands, whether they are interested towards your brand. So based on that, right, whether they are finally at the purchasing level of the brand. So readiness stage එක දිහා බලලා, buyer readiness stage එක දිහා බලලා we categorize the market. So many things to look at. And the psychographic factors, the way you think, morale, judgments, philosophies, social class, their thinking patterns, lifestyle, personality. Okay, so motivation, your learning, your liking, your preferences, okay, your attitudes, your beliefs, all these things are psychographic related to the mental. Social class as an example. Now let's say as an example, I will take the golf members, right? The golf club, Colombo Golf Club members. When you look at their social class, their thinking patterns completely different. I mean, even during they I mean, play, what they might discuss? They might discuss about their business, the next project. They might talk about their next project. Social class, it's a psychographic factor. The way they think, the CEO is a different social class. Their lifestyle, their personalities, lifestyle and personalities, when you look at psychographic condition, their thinking pattern, their morals, their beliefs, their motives are purely based on the psychographic segmentations. Now, let's say, I mean, the people, those who are wearing the branded, and remember, my dear friends, you may be a high income earning person, but your personality might be different. I will tell one of the example. Now, you're let's say as an example, you're a good cinnamon exporter from, let's say, a rural area, but you're not exposed to the society much, but you're a good exporter, you have a very good income. You're not a socialized person, as an example. So your personality, but you have enough income, you have a very good income. Even you can buy, as an example, even you can buy, let's say, 10 BMWs, 10 Mercedes-Benz. You have such a huge wealth, but your personality, your thinking pattern basically change your behavior. your thinking pattern, change your behavior, your personality, your lifestyle over there, change your behavior. And I know one person, when I was basically into the Chamber of Commerce, we were dealing with so much of people, those who are into the cinnamon pepper, this cultivation, the agriculture industry, and especially from southern region, right? They are well off, my dear friends. They have enough money to buy anything. Sometimes they are well off than the Colombo business community, right? Their reserves, their capacities are huge, but they are not exposed to the this Western socialization. So their personality is different. It's not the income. So your psychographic parameter, based on your psychographic parameter, your selection might differ. Your selection might differ. Sometimes they might not bother. They are, though they are having enough money, but they might not willing to go on a go even for a smaller restaurants like pizza, McDonald's kind of a thing. So their personality is different. I will tell one of the example. I don't want to mention company, and even there's a even I don't want to mention the product. You might sometimes judge. One of the top leading businessmen from southern region, right? And he's supplying now all over the country, and he might be having about 100 lorries for distribute his products all over the country. One of the major supplier from southern region, and this gentleman, his language capacity is poor. ඉංග්ලිෂ් කොහොමත් බෑ කතා කරන එක සිංහල කතා කරලා හොඳට ෆ්‍රෙන්ඩ්ලි වෙට කතා කරනවා නමුත් he can't address a public. He can't even he's struggling to talk to his own employees. That is the beauty, but he's managing about 200 to 300 plus employees. Okay, so public speaking capacities, his personality is different. His lifestyle is different, but his income is huge. His income is huge. And still, if he wants to travel, he's having I think 2 to 3 apartments even in Colombo. I mean, he's having about 3-4 personal vehicles, the good vehicles, I mean to say, okay, branded good vehicles, right? But when he wants to travel Colombo, he's taking a bus from Hambantota to Colombo, a highway bus from Hambantota to Colombo. Thinking pattern, when I was having a chat with this guy, he said, නෑ රුපියල් 600යි 700යි යන්න පුළුවන් මම පෙට්‍රල් ගහගෙන එනවට වඩා ඩ්‍රයිවර්ත් ඔහෙ තියලිවලා මම බස් එකේ නගිනවා. It's easy. See, thinking pattern, psychographic condition, the personality. කොළඹාවම වෙනම vehicle එකක් vehicles තියෙනවා. එයාගේ ගමට ගියාම වෙනම vehicles තියෙනවා. So in between he is traveling by bus. No lifestyle. No, I mean, like he doesn't want to socialize much with the external environment. Different. We need to identify, guys. We need to identify. මොකද මේවා identify කරගන්න නැතුව අපිට positioning ගහන්න බෑ. අපිට positioning කරන්න බෑ හරියට. මේ segmentation අපිට කඩා ගන්න නැතුව හරියට. Okay. So any question in this consumer market segmentation? I have taken a bit of a lengthy explanation because this is crucial. අපි මේ tiny point එක පවා important. Anything? Business market එක හරි සරලයි. Business market එක හරි සරලයි. Right? I mean, operating characteristics සරලයි කියන්නේත් බෑ ඇත්තටම. Manufacturing, the trading, the retail, the wholesale, the මොනවද කියලිවල අපි ඒගාගේ operating characteristics අනුව අපි කඩා ගන්නවා. Purchasing approach. How do they purchase? Whether they purchase high volume, low volume, moderate volume. Do they purchase online? Do they purchase offline? Right? Do they buy everything local? Do they import whatever the requirements they have? Like that. Right? Situational factors. How, I mean, based on the changes in the macros and the micros, we categorize. Now, sometimes, let's say, now what has happened to tourism due to COVID, situational factors, right? and that is affecting right now for the country. So a situation එක අනුව ඒගොල්ලෝගේ procurement patterns වෙනස් වෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝගේ requirements වෙනස් වෙනවා. Climatic condition, again the situational factor. Based on that, their procurement approach, the procurement pattern different. So you got to identify that. The personal characteristics, the person who is having the authority to take the final decision, right? Based on that, he might select the supplier, right? He might select whatever the customer he should cater with. So relationship patterns and all these things we are looking at when it comes for business market segmentation area, right? When you are selling it to the B2B market. So let me take you all on one of the area. But before that, any question? The things you need to consider when you are doing a segmentation, we need to look at. Now, any questions so far? Anyone is having any questions so far? Right. When you look at Nisansala, what about you? Are you clear, Nisansala? Samadhi, are you clear?
Yes.
Good. Samadhi, are you clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right. Now look at when you අපි අර segmentation එක කරාට පස්සේ segmentation එක අපි හරියට කරාද කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න ඕනේ. නැත්නම් අපි වැඩක් නැහැ මේ කරන segment එකේ. Right? Segment එක I mean to see whether we have done a proper segmentation we have to study this area. අපි කරන segmentation එක අපිට measurable වෙනවා. මෙන්න මේ points MCQs වල test වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Right? Now no point of doing the segmentation if we can't measure our segment. අපිට segment එකේ size එක measure කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. Their buying frequency, consumption frequency measure කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. Their purchasing capacity we should be able to measure. Otherwise මේ අපි segment එකක් කරනවා නමුත් segment එක ඇතුලේ figures measure කරන්න බෑ. Let's say their consumption ratio එක අපිට measure කරන්න බැරි නම් we can't do our calculations. No, our profitability calculations we can't do. How can we do the break-even calculations, right? How can we consider about the manufacturing volumes, manufacturing capacity, right? So මේ measurabilities තියෙන්න ඕනේ. මොන region එකට මොන මේ ප්‍රමාණයද අපිට යවන්න ඕනේ කියලා measure කරගන්න පුළුවන්කම තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Otherwise no point. So measurability is one criteria. අපිට measure කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ මොන segment එක ගැහුවත් වැඩක් නැහැ. If we can't measure it, it is not a good segment. And the other one, the accessibility. We should be able to reach the segment. අපි සමහර වෙලාවට segments ගහනවා, right? We do nice segmentation. But at least directly or indirectly. එක්කෝ අපිම direct ගිහිල්ලා පුළුවන්කම තියෙනවනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් indirectly වෙන කාගේ හරි through හරි we should be able to access the segment. Segment එකට reach වෙන්න පුළුවන්කමක් තියෙනවනේ directly. Now, as I said earlier, we do manufacture winter quilts here in Sri Lanka. No? We are manufacturing winter garments in Sri Lanka. Now, we might not directly go, but through buying officers, through other, intermediaries, we go to the market where we should reach. අපිට direct වෙන රටකට යන්න බැරි නම් enter වෙන්න බැරි නම් we call it entry. We designing entry strategies. අපිට පුළුවන් distributor කෙනෙක්ව appoint කරන්න. අපිට පුළුවන් licensing office එකක් දාන්න. අපිට පුළුවන් agent කෙනෙක්ව, broker කෙනෙක්ව, අපිට පුළුවන් franchise operation එකක් දෙන්න. So like that, we need to look at the possible accessibility to the segment. Now let's say, we'll get the local context. Now let's say you want to touch the eastern part of the country and your office is based in Colombo and you need to make sure your eastern region in the country is properly managed. So you identified you don't have a capacity, or you can't go and open your own plant over there, own office over there. Then what do? You appoint a distributor, you appoint a regional dealer, you appoint a regional some kind of a partner to manage that, and through the partner you access the region, or else you go and open your own office. Accessibility should be there in whatever the way. If the accessibility is not there, so no point, which means your segmentation is not effective. Then the third one, substantiability. Substantial then. මේම අපි segment එකක් කරාට වැඩක් නැහැ, අපිට segment එක profit කරන්න sufficient නැත්තම්. Right? Now we do nice segments, but the size of the segment is very small. And when you put into ratios, when you put it into calculations, you identified, oh my goodness, මේ segment එක ඇතුලෙන් අපිට profit කරන්න බෑ කියන එක. So there should be a sizable segment. But when it comes for niche market products, luxuries, high value, customized product, so segment may be, size of the segment may be 1 or 2. You got to identify luxury apartment buildings, luxury apartments. When you look at now, the automobile industry, certain vehicles are customized, right? So, I mean, when you look at those, the size is very small, but they charge a lot. They charge a lot from even from that particular size. They charge a huge value and gain into revenue. But let's say, as example, you identify the segment, but if that segment doesn't have enough size to profit, it is not a good segment to go ahead. ඒකෙච්චර healthy segment එකක් නෙමෙයි continue කරන්න. මොකද අපිට profit කරන්න බැරි වෙනවා segment එක sizable නැත්තම්. අනිත් එක තමයි, as I said, segmentation එකේම meaning එක නැති වෙනවා, differentiable නෑ. As I said, okay, segment should be mutually exclusive. No? Segmentation එකක් කියලා කියපු ගමන් mutual exclusivity එක තියෙන්න ඕනේනේ. දැන් අපි age wise classify කරනවා. මේ එක group එකක් ගත්තාම ඒකේ teenagers ලා තියෙනවා, young adults ලා තියෙනවා, adults ලා කීප දෙනෙකුත් තියෙනවා. So which means what? You have not done a proper classification. Which means when you can't identify this as a mutually exclusive groups for you to implement your strategy, differentiation strategy. ඒතර segment දෙකක් තියෙනකොට අපිට පුළුවන්කම තියෙන්න ඕනේ segment A, segment B වලින් clear differentiation එකක් අරගන්න. If not, no point. Segment A එකයි segment B එකයි differentiation එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. A uniqueness එකක් identify කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. Kids and adults කියලා කිව්වම there should be a unique differentiation. So differentiability should be there. Unique characteristics should be there in the selected segment. If not, homogeneity characteristics are not there. If the segment is still with the heterogeneity characteristics, so you will not be able to design your strategy. So differentiability should be there. And the final one, actionability. අපිට පුළුවන්කම තියෙන්න ඕනේ අපේ brand related strategies, programs, ඒ අපි select කරගන්න segment එක ඇතුලේ implement කරන්න, actionable වෙන්න ඕනේ. If we can't act inside the given segment, so that segment is not a proper segment. ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට ඒ segment එක ඇතුලේ ගිහිල්ලා good campaigns කරන්න, උදාහරණයක් campaigns කරන්න බෑ. ඒ region එකේ ගිහිල්ලා අපිට programs කරන්න බෑ. ඒ region එකේ ගිහිල්ලා අපිට leaflet distribute කරන්න බෑ. ඒ region එකේ ගිහිල්ලා banners ගහන්න බෑ. ඒ region එකේ ගිහිල්ලා activities organize කරන්න බෑ. ඒ region එකේ advertise කරන්න බෑ. Communications. It's not a good segment. It's not a good segment. So we got to identify. So මේක මතක තියාගන්න. මෙන්න මේ criterias වලට අපි කියනවා requirements for effective segmentation. Criteria for effective segmentation. This is an area which can be questions. Criteria for effective segmentation. So when you look at the criteria, you can easily remember those criteria using the first letter of each word. MASDA. Measurability, accessibility, substantiability, differentiability, and the actionability. මෙන්න මේ MASDA කියන අකුරු හතර අපි අකුරු පහ ගත්තොත් ඒකෙන් අපිට මතක තියාගන්න පුළුවන් requirements for best effective segmentation කියන එක. So මේක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් MCQs වලට generate වෙන area එකක් guys. So have a look on it. So that you will be okay. So any questions? Anyone is having any questions? All clear, right?
Clear, sir.
Good. So, guys, how is your assignment progress? Api that me task 1 එකේ ටිකේ task 1 part 1 ඉවර කරාද ඔයගොල්ලෝ? ඒකේ තියෙන 2 page document. Okay. Anything you all need in that? So name the organizations, 2-page document එකක් නේ හදන්න තියෙන්නේ. Right? Pages දෙකක document එකක් හදන්න තියෙන්නේ. ඒ pages දෙක හදනකොට ඒකට graph දාන්න, charts දාන්න, computer analysis පෙන්නන්න, ඒක ඔක්කොම පෙන්නන්නේ මේ pages දෙක ඇතුලේ. Right? අවශ්‍යම details ටික දාන්න මේ pages දෙකට. The pages දෙකක් කියලා කිව්වට පස්සේ ඒක exceed කරන්න යන්න එපා. Pages දෙකේ stick වෙන්න. With the reason only we are giving those formats. So stick වෙන්න ඒකට, then you will be able to get it. මෙතන අපි කතා කරනවා main segment select කරගත්ත company එකේ මොනවාද main segments, right? You got to identify. They have taken the segmentation based on geographical classification, demographic classification, behavioral classification, or psychographic classification. What are the things they have considered in segmenting the market? Identify කරගන්න. So ඒ ටික බලන්න පුළුවන් ඕගොල්ලන්ට මේකෙන් පස්සේ segmentation එකෙන් පස්සේ. So you can talk with those this language, right? Now the udaharanyak company have segmented the market by looking at this variable, and based on this variable the main segments have identified like this, like that. So you can explain in that way. Or you can put a small table and explain. Right, let's move into the targeting one. Then make targeting කියලා කියන්නේ මේක. දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම, let me go to the very first slides now. Now your these are your segments now. Now segment 1, segment 2, segment 3. These are your segments now. Targeting means what? Because we segment the market since we need to identify unique set of homogeneity characters. එහෙනම් ඒ homogeneity characters අපි වලට අනුව අපි market එක classify කරා. Then we need to look at measurability, accessibility, actionability, substantiability, differentiability, actionability. ඔය ඔක්කොම බලලා ඉවර වෙලා අපි select කරගන්නවා group එකක්, and that we identified as the targeting, right? Market targeting. ඒතර අපි කියනවා selecting the right group out of all the segments, selecting the right segment out of all the segments are identified as targeting. Identifying or selecting the right segment to cater with our products and services identified as targeting. Target කරනවායි කියලා කියන්නේ හරිම segment එක select කරගන්නවායි කියන එක. හරිම segment එක select කරගන්නවායි කියන එක to cater with our products and services. Now look at අපි targeting වල strategies 4ක් ගැන අපි කතා කරනවා. targeting වල strategies 4ක් අපි කතා කරනවා. Now මේකේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට පේනවා targeting වල strategies 4ක් අපි කතා කරනවා. මෙතන අපි සමහර වෙලාවට target කරනවා entire market එකම. මුකුත්ම classification එකකට යන්නේ නැතුව without going into any of the classification or any of the grouping, we cater sometimes the whole market. We cater sometimes the whole market. මුළු market එකම cater කරනවා සමහර වෙලාවට. So ඒක අපි කරන්නේ segmentation approach එකකට කියලා යන්නේ නැතුව. So that type of a targeting approach we identified as the mass targeting, එහෙම නැත්නම් mass marketing, එහෙම නැත්නම් undifferentiated. Undifferentiated means what? Not having any differentiation approach, which means not having any segmentation approach. You cater the full market. Full market does not mean entire 22 million population. Maybe in your particular geographic area, your particular domestic area, you're running a bakery. So සල්ලි තියෙන මිනිහද නැති මිනිහද පවුලේ 3 දෙනෙක් ඉන්න එක්කෙනාද 10 දෙනෙක් ඉන්න එක්කෙනාද, you don't bother. You make breads, they come and buy your bread and have it. So you have not differentiated. But let's say as examples, the companies like Finnegan, Prima, they have differentiated their bread product from the rest. They have identified, okay, අපි සාමාන්‍ය bakery එකෙන් ගිහිල්ලා පාන් ගෙඩියක් ගත්තොත් හෙට කන්න බෑ. But they said, they identified, you can keep it for 3 days. And it is sliced and packaged properly, right? And it is branded. And the differentiation එකකට ගිහිලා තියෙනවා. Income එක, convenient එක, lifestyle එක ඔක්කොම බලලිවලා they have gone into a differentiation. But an average baker might not. Average baker might. So undifferentiated approach. Commodity market, we see this, right? I mean, cultivation, අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම උදාහරණයක් විදිහට. Farmer makes his or her, manufacture whatever the agriculture product, whatever the product, and distribute wherever possible locations. No significant difference. But organic farming is different. Then supermarket එකට ගියාම, right? අපි හිතමු කීල්ස් එකට ඕගොල්ලෝ ගියොත් පලාමිටිය, right? ඒ කියන්නේ අපි හිතමු මුකුණු වැන්න කියලා. මුකුණු වැන්න තියෙනවා I don't know the exact price. Let's say 50 rupees අර ඒ මිටියකට යන price එක let's say 50 rupees කියලා. එතකොට ඒකෙම organic එක තියෙන්න පුළුවන් 250 වලට. So organic is a differentiated approach. Organic is a differentiated approach in current context. ඉස්සරහට ඒක මේක normal වෙන්න පුළුවන්. But current context, it's a differentiated approach. Organically වවපු carrot තලේ ගාන වැඩි, නිකන් වවපු carrot තලේ ගාන අඩුයි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So undifferentiated කියලා කියන්නේ, right? No significant differentiation among the segments. එතකොට අලලුණු වෙන්න පුළුවන්, හාල් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, but හාල් අපි හිතුවත් නිපුණ සම්බා, අරලිය සම්බා වගේ දාපු ගමන්, පැකට් කරපු ගමන්, brand එකක් දීපු ගමන්, that goes into a differentiated targeting. If you can remember නිපුණ සම්බා, right? TV එකේ advertise කරන්න පටන් ගන්නකොට I think in somewhere in 2001-2 වගේ ගල්වැලි ඉවත් කරපු කියලා. clear differentiation එකක් දුන්නා. ගල්වැල් ඉවත් කරපු පහසුවෙන් ගෙන යන්න පුළුවන් බෑග් එකක දාලා සුපර් මාකට් එකේ විකුණන හාල් කිලෝ 5-10 කියලා. Clear differentiation given. Convenient in handling your supermarket work. And galvali nahay kiyala kelimma kiwwa, right? So which means you can easily cook and you can have properly. So those things you said. So etana clear differentiation ekak dunna. Clear differentiation ekak etana dunna. So see, commodity වලක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන් undifferentiated approach එකක්, differentiated approach එකක්. So we need to look at. So undifferentiated, are we going into undifferentiated or are we going into differentiated approach? එතන undifferentiated කියලා කියන්නේ ඔය එක. And the differentiated approach continues here. Differentiated approach in the sense the segmented marketing. අපි ඒ කියන්නේ group එකට කඩනවා, segment කරනවා. එහෙනම් අදාළ segment එක අපි හරි segment එක select කරගෙන ඒ segment එකට cater කරගෙන යනවා. එහෙනම් ඒක අපි කියනවා differentiated targeting strategy කියන. Then the other one, the concentrated. This is further goes into differentiation. එතකොට මේ differentiation එක තව further ගිහිල්ලා අපි එක segment එකකට focus කරන level එකට යනවා. Now look at this image and you will be able to identify. Now differentiated targeting වලදී අපි කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? groups වලට කඩලා ඒ groups වලින් අපි අදාළ group එකක් select කරගන්න එකක් නැත්නම් දෙකක්. But concentrated targeting in the sense you go into further groupings, you go into further segmentation and identify a particular segment and do whatever the strategy is focusing on that. සමහර companies තියෙනවා අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම office automation items විතරයි කරන්නේ. සමහර companies තියෙනවා personal care වලත් එක category එකක් විතරයි කරන්නේ. perfume වලත් එක category එකක් perfume අපි ගත්තොත් perfume විතරයි කරන්නේ. So which means what? Concentrated. එක market එකක් ඇතුලේ එක segment එකක් ඇතුලේ ඒ segment එක unique segment එකක් ඇතුලේ our approach is also unique, so that we identified as concentrated or niche. Concentrated අපි මේ focus කරලා concentrate කරලා යන්න. Now මෙතනදී now look at here when it comes to concentrated market, products can be specialized products sometimes, right? Now let's say special sports items, concentrated niche, right? And special medical items, concentrated and niche. I'm not saying mass type Panadol right? But special medicals, let's say ventilation equipment, small, individual, a person who can consume the ventilation items and all these things. But thermometers, concentrated market, we need to identify, right? So body heat checkups unit, oximeters are not the concentrated marketing. Those are segmented marketing, right? So concentrated in the sense segment take a special, requirement is also special. People even travel 100-200 kilometers to buy these products. So special product, luxury products, luxury brands got to take it. Concentrated niche. But remember, it's not only luxuries or the high value branded are concentrated. Make ගොඩක් කටට බාර දෙන්න තරම්. Concentrated කියන්නේ luxury ම නෙමෙයි. Now let's say as an example, you go to Paradise Road, you go to Gandhara, you go to Timbal International in Crescat, you go to Mlesna Tea Center, you go to you go to Laksala, you go to Lanka Hands, Lanka Hands now then done. You go to Anusha Handicraft in Kolpiti, you go to Casa Colombo Hotel, you go to අපි එහෙම ගත්තොත් එහෙම මං the location what I was mentioning and the brands what I was talking about and even Dilma special segment is there handled for the top end clients. So those products number of customers are very less, and also the people those who are attracted for those products also have some special characteristics. Then මං උදාහරණයක් විදිහට කිව්වොත් handmade greeting cards, and you have hallmark greeting cards, you have උතුම් පැතුම් greeting cards. මම local context එකෙන් කියන්නේ you have hallmark greeting cards, you have උතුම් පැතුම් greeting cards, and on top of that you have handmade greeting cards. But you might pay higher price for handmade greeting cards by looking at the numismatic value, by looking at the artistic approach over there, and by looking at the scarcity over there. So you and I can purchase. සමහරලාට hallmark greeting card එක රුපියල් 500 වෙන්න පුළුවන්, but handmade greeting cards you might have to buy for 2,000 rupees. Go to barefoot. Niche markets, right? Handicraft industry, niche market, wooden carving industry in Sri Lanka, niche market, right? You and I might not attracted to this, what you call, Brahmana faces and all these things done in wooden, but foreigners are attracted. Special interest groups are attracted. So මෙන්න මේ වගේ segments අපි කියනවා niche market segment, එහෙම නැත්නම් concentrated approach කියලා. මෙතන ගොඩක් කට්ටිය වරද්ද ගන්න තැන තමයි guys niche කියලා කියපු ගමන් luxuries වලින් limit වෙනවා. No, not like that. Okay, affordable luxuries, even let's say as an example, tea centers, you have gift tea packs. දැන් අපි ගෙදර ගිහිල්ලා බොන්නේ නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන් gift tea packs අරගෙන. නමුත් ceramic container එකකට දාපු gift එකක් අපි foreigner ගෙනෙට ceramic container එකකට දාපු tea එකක් අපි foreigner ගෙනෙට gift එකකට දෙන්න පුළුවන්. Purchasing paying about maybe 5,000-10,000 sometimes. But we don't have it at home. We don't consume at home. But that requirement is niche, unique requirement. So you got to identify that. Affordable luxuries are there where you feel niche. Then Timbal International එකට ගියොත් එහෙම තනිකර handicraft handmade items. ඒතර අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම ගාන්ධාර එකේ certain items are there. Then you go to මම කිව්ව Paradise Road, then තමරාල අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඒ දේවල් අපිට purchase කරන්න පුළුවන්, right? Now, do we have that interest? ඒවට අපේ interest එක තියෙනවද? සමහරවිට may not. Sometimes may not. So මෙන්න මේ luxury විතරක් නෙමේ කියන එක. Then you might come up with the product. So ඒක අපි කොයි විදියටද යන්නේ? Niche, segmented. So you got to identify, right? Fossil, right? Products. Niche. I'm getting genuine, original porcelain items. Niche market. Now go to Plate, right? I mean, they don't cater each and every wedding albums and the wedding photography. No, I mean, it's niche. They are expensive. It's the people, those who go for that service, they're expensive. So niche market, they are catering. So you got to identify that. And the other targeting approach is the smallest segment we identified as micro-targeting. We talk about micro-targeting, or we talk about individual, customized, local. Local targeting which means you cater only for the people, those who are in your lane, your hotel, your neighborhood, maybe. Local targeting. Individual targeting, customized targeting, your segment size is only one. Your segment size is only one. If you are an architect, you're designing the architect, you're giving a design for that particular person. ඒක copy කරලා වෙන ගයක් හදන්නේ. copy කරලා වෙන ගයක් හදන්නේ නැහැ කියලා කියන්නේ මේ design එක සමහරවිට වෙන තරකට මේ වෙන විදිහට paste කරන්න පුළුවන් පොඩි modifications එක්ක. But customization is there. Customization is there. Shipbuilding, aircraft manufacturing, customization is there. When it comes to mass scale manufacturing, customization is there. Then Virgin Atlantic එකට ඕන කරන මේ aircraft එක නෙමේ Singapore airline එකට ඕන වෙන්නේ සමහරවිට. So they customize based on that. Shipbuilding, aircraft manufacturing, right? So customization, individual customers, right? So one person is the target market. So we need to identify this. So there are 4 targeting strategies, as we were talking about the 4 targeting strategies. Undifferentiated, which means mass targeting, okay? Differentiated, segment-based targeting, concentrated or niche targeting, local, individual, customized, micro targeting. Then අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම certain projects. අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම distance education modernization project by World Bank and Asia Development Bank Fund. Products are manufactured for that particular project, right? අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම DEMP එක distance education modernization project of Ministry of Education, right? එතකොට ඒකට අපි හිතමු laptops 5000ක් ඕනේ කියලා. So they talk about a specification, specifically what they need. Based on that, the local supplier talks to the principal manufacturer, get the specification done and supply. So individual project, even Dell is significant in that project customization in IT industry. Dell as a brand, so they talk about project customization. Individual project is one customer, so you talk about it. So targeting strategies are there, and when you look at targeting strategies, guys, you look at, right, certain points to see. Okay, now these are the targeting approaches, right? When you look at the targeting, you look at, okay, whether that target group is having a growth in future. Then අපි target group එකක් select කරගන්නවා. ඒ target group එක decline වෙනවා නම් අපිටත් group එකත් එක්කම decline වෙගෙන යන්න. So no point selecting that type of a target group. When you are selecting a target group for your brand, you got to make sure that the group is growing. If the group is declining, no point of selecting that group. Then උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගත්තොත්, now let's say China has lifted the one-child policy, right? එතකොට China වල ප්‍රශ්නයක් තිබ්බා, population එක වැඩි වෙන්න පටන් ගත්ත හින්දා they imposed a law saying you can have only one child at a home, and if you are having the second child, no matter what, you have to pay a huge tax to the government. ළමයි ආදින එක පැත්තකින් තියලා හිටියා මිනිස්සු because they can't pay tax to the government. Then what happened after some times, right? Then elderly population started growing. Okay, elderly population started growing. Those who were into elderly population product manufacturing and service manufacturing, they were doing okay. Then China, මම කියන්නේ අවුරුදු 3-4කට කලින් incident එකක්, China identified elderly population is increasing, productive high energy force is reducing. Productive force is reducing. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් production එකට එන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ productive එකට එන්න පුළුවන් young generation එක. Young adult generation එක අඩු වෙනවා. නමුත් senior citizen generation එක වැඩි වෙනවා. So senior citizen generation එක වැඩි වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ elderly population එක වැඩි වෙනවා. Productive force එක, employment force එක අඩු වෙනවා. It was a threat to the country because the entire country's economy was at a danger by that time. So what happened? The government decided to lift the one-child policy off from the country. ඒතර ඒකෙන් මොකක්ද මේ one child policy එක මේකට පුළුවන්. එතකොට කියන්නේ the number of kids, I'm not saying baby boomer segment එක වගේ මේවා වුණා, baby boomer area එක වගේ වුණායි කියලා, but the number of kids in Chinese market become high, slowly increasing. If your brand is catering that, ඒ කියන්නේ brand segment එක grow වෙනවනේ. ඒ segment එක grow වෙනකොට ඒ grow වෙන segment එකක නම් ඉන්නේ, then you can easily address that. So always make sure whether that segment what you are selecting or what you are targeting is growing and matching with the company policies and the procedures. If so, that is a good target group what you are selecting. Any question? දැන් මම එනවා අන්තිම කැලලට මේකේ positioning මෙතනින් එහාට තමයි continue. දැන් අපි population එක divide කරලා group එක identify කරගත්තා. right? ඒ groups identify කරගත්තා. ඒ groups වලින් හොඳම group එක හරි groups කීපය හරි select කරගත්තා. ඒක තමයි target එක. දැන් positioning වලට අපි එනවා. Positioning කියන්නේ guys, okay, any questions? Now it's right. Now it's 10:12. Any questions? I think we need to get a break and start. More positioning, I can continue with this. Any questions? Anyone is having any questions? For segmentation targeting, කොහොමද questions එනවා? MCQ questions based on it බලා ගන්න. But any questions you all have right now? Are you all clear? Nisansala, Kameshi, Samadhi, Chandana, you are okay?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. Nisansala, Kameshi, Samadhi,
Yes, sir.
clear?
Clear, sir.
Kameshi, what about you, Samadhi?
Clear, sir.
Okay, cool. Right. So we'll take a break. Now it's 10:13. So we'll take about half an hour break and we'll meet up. Then අපිට positioning එකත් එක්කම brand equity එක continue කරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන්. Then we are done. නැත්තම් මේ එක අපරාධයක්. So we'll take a quick break and we'll meet up after the break. Okay?
Okay.
Right. Okay, guys. Okay, are we in? Senal, shall we send a message?
Okay, sir.
Right, done. Okay. Can hear, right? Samadhi, Kameshi, can hear. Anoja? Mava Henavada? Hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Right, okay. Hari, now, so we are moving into the positioning one, right? Okay, now we were talking about the segmentation and we were talking about the targeting. Then positioning කියලා කියන්නේ brand management වල තියෙන one of the significant area and also one of the area which we are talking with most of the psychological perspectives with relates to the branding. හරි. එතකොට positioning කියලා කියන එක අපි deeply කතා කරන්නේ මොකද right positioning before we send the product into the marketplace physically, we should send the brand into the mind place. Right, mind place. ඒක අපි positioning එක කියන product එක physically market එකට එන්න කලින් brand එක මයින්ඩ් එකේ තියෙන එක තමයි චැලෙන්ජ් එක තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි අපි අතරම පොසිෂනින් වලදී කරන්නේ. ඉතින් මේක නිකම්ම මේ නම ඔළුවට දැම්මයි කියලා වෙන්නේ නැහැ. උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් now as an example when you look at the cola industry now Coca-Cola is a known brand, but that doesn't mean that is still as a brand which is selected when you get other two cola brands, the Coca-Cola or the Pepsi, as options. So we need to look at that. So positioning කියලා කිව්වහම එතන අපිට ලොකු දෙයක් තියෙනවා. මොකද positioning අනුව තමයි ගොඩක් behavioral changes start වෙන්නේ. මම උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් දැන් current crisis එක, okay, now as an example මම trending word එකක් ගත්තොත් මේ දවස්වල යනවා. Okay, in Sri Lankan context එකේ අපි බලමු. උදාහරණයක් විදිහට අපි ගත්තොත් එම දැන් මේ කියන gota go home කියන tag එක එක්කෝ go home gota හරි gota go home 2022 හරි මොකක් හරි ඔය tag එක ගත්තොත් ඔය tag එකේ අපි මිනිස්සුන්ගේ ඔළුවට වැටෙන්න ඒ වැටෙන මේකත් එක්ක මිනිස්සුන්ගේ reaction එක වැඩි වෙනවා. Right? Just look at the branding side. Forget about the politics. I will take even the Ukraine war in it. Right? How, no matter what, I mean, like how Ukraine, President Zelensky and how Russian President Putin changed their, I mean, like reduce their equity based on the positioning. I will tell you all. Okay, now even here, the same scenario. Even here, the same scenario. Now, by looking at these tags, okay, the trend, the things that are goes into the mindset of the people, okay, reaction comes based on that. Very simple. Reaction comes based on that. So, psychologically, if you look at when something is pasted in the mindset of the person, your biological movement are mostly in line with that. So your likings, your preferences, your convictions triggered with this management of neurons in your brain, and your biological movement also connected along with your psychological. I'm not saying neuron changes. Neurons එහෙම change වෙනවයි කියන එක නෙමෙයි මම කියන්නේ. Neurons adjustments, right? එහෙම නැත්නම් thinking patterns. So brand positioning එකකදී මේ බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ because you can change the behavioral science of a consumer by changing the mindset of the consumer. So we got to identify that. So now what is happening right now is the same thing. Now let's say yesterday's scenario. Now, why people started visiting Goldface? Did anyone push? Yes, some are connected with the political agendas and visited Goldface, but generally, majority when you look at you just got that tag into the mind, that message into the mind, and reacted. And not only that, it was networking among the other social elements and get connected their support and made the reaction. So see, even as an example, the Ukrainian president, what has happened there? So he was positioning himself as a he himself actually positioned himself as a war hero, not saying I'm a war hero, but with the activities what he was doing and communicating those activities using technology, using social media, right? In the mindset of the people. Now, I think yesterday Boris Johnson visited Ukraine, having a war. You just imagine to get a British Prime Minister to the war zone, right? Right? How they have changed the mindset of the world leaders. Right, he has changed the mindset of the world leaders in some way. Okay, I mean there is a political agenda behind. We don't need to talk about that. And let's say as an example, he was using celebrities to promote war in Ukraine. Promote war in the sense attract people to the military in Ukraine. And he was using top sports personality within Ukraine. The boxing players and the tennis players. The tennis player who was defeating Roger Federer once with weapons in the front line. I mean, in real term, they would have not been at the front line, but they were using that message to the world saying that, okay, we try to save the country from the Russian invasion. So on the other hand, look at the Russian Prime Minister's positioning. Now, with the positive positioning in Ukraine, the Russian Prime Minister's positioning is it. So he was positioned by the, not by himself, by the others. He was positioning as what? As kind of a tough ruler, and he was basically connected with the Hitler, you know. So much of connectivity is brought up with the Russian president Vladimir Putin, and the Zelensky is a completely opposite way. Now with these two positioning, global attractions went in a different way. Forget about the political game behind. I'm not talking about the political game behind. Forget about the political game even in Sri Lanka, which is running behind. I'm not talking about that, but purely by looking at the branding. I'm talking about by looking at the current context. Now, if the reaction from the people comes along with the positioning, you can imagine how strong should be the positioning. Right? How strong should be the positioning, the correct positioning. The ඕකමනේ අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම, you can position the, you can change the mindset to kill another person. Now, let's say as example, in the case of Saharan, right? So you change the mindset in a way to kill another person, right? So, which means you change the behavior by positioning. That also positioning. That also positioning. So when you look at all these scenarios, now අපි කියනවානේ brainwash කරනවා කියලා ඉවරලා. Okay, now this word, the brainwash word. I mean, if you are to create a suicide bomber, if you study the real background of building a suicide bomber, right? It's completely a weird positioning in the mindset of the person, of that particular person. So revenge, or maybe the emotional positioning, or whatever you name it, right? You change the mindset. So if you can change the person in that way, by changing the mindset, you can do the same thing by changing the mindset towards the brand. So that is where the brand positioning is so crucial in gaining the market share and gaining the revenue towards the organization. And remember, when it comes for the positioning, in simple term, positioning is, I mean, very basic. Getting into the mindset of the person. Getting into the mindset of the person. I mean, you might think if that is the case, does it have a big issue? I mean, we can remember so many things. We can remember so many brands. We can remember so many people. But remember, you can remember so many brands, you can remember so many people, you can remember so many things, but your behavior goes into either product or a person or whoever based on how you have position in the mindset of the person. So this is where the reaction comes. As I said, Coca-Cola and the Coca-Cola case, right? අපි ඔක්කොම Coca-Cola ගැන දන්නවනේ. අපි ඔක්කොම Coca-Cola ගැන දන්නවා. When Coca-Cola said Lankan to the last drop, ඒකත් අපිට මතකයිනේ. But Coca-Cola, but they said what? Coke තියනකල් ජීවිතේමයි. ඒකත් අපිට මතකයිනේ. So එහෙමනම් මේ behavioral change එකක් කරන්න Coca-Cola එකට බැරි වුණා නම් options දෙකක් දීලා තියෙදි තාම මිනිස්සු Coca-Cola එක. Some might argue yes, it's based on the sweet taste. That is also one thing, because when it comes for branding, there are two things you got to focus on. One thing is the mechanical value and the other one is the emotional value. So positioning is basically, you might argue saying that yes, it is connected with the emotional values. 99% yes. But you got to position the physical values also into the mindset of the consumer. You got to position the physical values also into the mindset of the consumer. You got to communicate the right thing into the mindset of the consumer, which relates to the mechanistic part of the brand. So that you got to identify. So my dear friends, positioning in simple term, if I tell you, first thing, you got to identify what is the unique differentiation you have in the category what you're operating right now. If you are in sports shoe pair manufacturing industry category, sports shoes category, sports, let's say the box glouses manufacture glouses category, let's say as an example, domestic kitchen equipment category, whatever you name it, right? So you got to identify the unique differentiation in that particular category what you have against your competitor. Competitors ලත් එක compare කරනකොට මොකක්ද differentiation එක, uniqueness එක, right? Product එකේ තියෙන differentiation එක. දැන් මේක අපි identify කරගන්න ඕනේ. ගොඩක් කට්ටිය මේක වැරදි විදියට කරනවා. Competitor දිහා බලලා අපේ එක position කරනවා කියලා. No. That is not the approach. You got to identify the uniqueness of yourself first. Unique values what you have. Then with those unique values, you need to look at, if I have this unique value, do my other competitors have the same? If so, that is not a uniqueness to the market, because I also have, my competitors also have. So can I make a differentiation? No. So, but let's say as example, you start comparing with your competitor. You start comparing with your competitor. Your competitor is having a uniqueness. I don't have. You try to find more and more features from the competitors, benefits from the competitors, uniqueness or values from the competitors, and you try to match. No, that is where you got to start from yourself. So you look at your uniqueness, your how best you are in that particular category, and based on that, you look at whether your competition is having the same value in them. So let's say as an example, even if they have sometimes the same value, you get as an example the butter industry. Okay, now many butter products are having nutritional values කියලා කියනවනේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ කියනවා අපේ nutritional values තියෙනවා, මේකේ nutritional values තියෙනවා කියලා කියනවනේ, right? So but you got to identify finally when you design the brand essence. අපි ඔකට එනවා, it's a strategic area, design the brand essence. මේ brand essence එක design කරනකොට, essence එක කියලා කියන්නේ brand එකේ තියෙන රසකාරකය design කරනකොට අපි මේ common උනත් ඒකේ uniqueness එක highlight කරන essence එක design කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියන එක අපි අනුව අපිට positioning එක different කරන්න පුළුවන්. So as an example, you first identify the uniqueness and compare that along with your competitor. If you have a uniqueness, you can stress yourself, you can stress your positioning based on that uniqueness. But remember, the uniqueness what you have should be a demanding value from the consumer. දැන් මට අරක තියෙනවා මට මේක තියෙනවා මගේ brand එකේ අච්චර value එකක් තියෙනවා මගේ brand එකේ මෙච්චර value එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා කිව්වට වැඩක් නැහැ. If that value is not a demanded value from the consumer end. So you got to identify, okay, your uniqueness is there compared to your competitor, but that is not demanded by the consumer. Then again you will fail. So you got to match those things. So it is bit of a challenging thing. So first you are designing the product by looking at the market expectation. That is where the starting point when it comes for the business and the marketing. So branding, keeping that as the positive point. So you start the branding. දැන් අපි හිතමු product එක market එකට අදාළ විදියට හැදෙනවා. දැන් අපි differentiation එක යන්නේ. So here you can see in this screen something called the positioning map. මේකට අපි කියනවා perceptual map කියලා කියනවා. Now let's say as an example your Adidas. මේ උදාහරණයක්. Your brand is Adidas, right? So you identify your product. Hypothetically, you identify your product, a fashionable product, right? And comfort is there. People are wearing Adidas even as a fashionable product. True, the product is built for sports purpose, but people even use it as a fashionable product. And your designs are really attractive. You have designs for kids and young adults, teenagers, ladies, gents. You have range of products, and you have sports, the dedicated sports products range you have. Casual wear range you have. So like that, you have with different colors, different materials, different comfort, different weight. You have all these. So you have the fashionable feature. And your comfort level is also you identify good. And based on these two parameters, you look at your immediate competition. So immediate competition, because you need to look at your frame of competition. මේ වචන ඉගෙන ගන්නවා ඔයගොල්ලෝ, don't worry. Frame of competition. මොකද අපි හැමෝත් එක්කම compete කරන්නේ. Adidas compete කරන්නේ නැහැ නේ Bata DSI වගේවත් එක්ක. Because that, which means that is not there in his frame of competition, right? So you look at whatever the brands that are available in the frame of competition based on these two parameters, comfort and the fashionability. Comfort and the fashion. So you identify Nike is there. Comfort taken with ready. Fashion, the fashion, fashion, comfort taking අපි වගේමයි, but fashion එකෙන් Nike කියලා කිව්වහම අපිට වඩා වැඩි කියලා, right? මෙතන මේ y axis එකේ ආ පොඩ්ඩක් උඩින් එනවා, but x axis එකේ දෙන්නම ඉන්නේ, right? එක level එකේ වගේ. So මේක 100% accurate නෙමෙයි වෙන්න පුළුවන්, right? මේක 100% accurate නෙමෙයි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. I was just putting certain logos over there, right? Now what do? You identify now, okay, Nike from the fashion wise, the design wise, bit of a higher end than us. And comfort level, Nike and Adidas, right, comes into this. And let's say, New Balance. You identify the fashion wise, the New Balance is also somewhat equal. Designs and all these things, the new. And the Puma, but not that much of a fashionable compared to Adidas. You identify. But comfort wise, Adidas is there better than this. මෙන්න මේ axis එක x axis එක ගත්තොත් right hand side increasing, y axis ගත්තොත් right උඩට තමයි ඒක වැඩි වෙන්නේ, right, upward. Okay, so මේ x and y axis එකේ positive මේ පැත්ත, y axis එකේ positive මේ පැත්ත x axis එක. You got to identify that. එතකොට A6 එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඒත් මේ විදිය. Now you identify your immediate frame of competition and your position. අපි හිතමු ඔයා තමයි Adidas. එතකොට now we need to design a concept, so called brand essence to communicate with our target market and the target audience. එහෙනම් brand essence එක අපි හදන්න ඕනේ target market එකත් එක්ක target audience එකත් එක්ක communicate කරන මොකද්ද මම ගෙනියන message එක. එහෙමනම් මම fashionable මම highly fashionable කිව්වොත් මට වඩා Nike ඇත්තටම fashionable as an example. මගේ level එකේම New Balance ඉන්නවා fashionable. එතකොට මම high fashionable high comfort කියලා කියපු ගමන් එතකොට comfort එකකින් මට දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා මේ Nike එක ඉන්නවා fashionable එක ගත්තොත් මට දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා right මේ දෙන්නත් එක්කම මට කර. එහෙනම් මේ එහෙම තිබ්බත් guys look at the challenge now we have. මේ Nike මේ පැත්තෙන් වැඩි right comfort එක පැත්තෙන් ගත්තොත් Nike එක level එකේ ඉන්නේ. Fashionable segment එක ගත්තොත් Nike උඩින් ඉන්නවා New Balance parallel ඉන්නවා. එහෙනම් challenge එක වැඩි මේ පැත්ත දෙකෙන්ම ගත්තොත්. So you got to identify මේ points දෙක mix කරලා ඉවර වෙලා අපි කොයි විදිය එකක්ද මේ points දෙක mix කරලා කියන්නේ මේ fashionability and high comfort mix කරලා කොයි විදිය එකක්ද අපි Adidas වලට කොයි විදිය message එකක්ද අපි Adidas වලට focus කරන්න ඕනේ කියන එක. So you got to identify, you got to design a essence, you got to design a message focusing both these what you call parameters to identify the best positioning approach to paste in the mindset of the consumer. ඉතින් මේක දැන් මට එකපාරටම කියන්න බෑ මේක මෙහෙමයි කියන එක. මම කියන්න පුළුවන් highly fashionable high comfort pair of shoes Adidas. Highly if you are looking for a high fashionable high comfort shoes then select Adidas. ඔය වගේ layman එකක් නෙමෙයි ඇත්තටම මේ එන්න ඕනේ. So either you tell directly or indirectly some statement, some message to communicate covering these two parameters. ඉතින් අපි දැකලා තියෙන now most of the mistakes, this mistake even most of the lecturers are doing the same mistake, right? They are starting from the competition and select your capacity. No, it should be the other way around. You have to look at your features, your benefit, your differentiation values, and based on that you have to select you have to look at your immediate frame of competition to see your competitor positioning based on the parameters what you have. That is your starting point. දැන් උදාහරණයක් විතර butter range එක ගත්තොත් Flora is talking about better spread and the nutritional value. Nutritional values everybody is talking about. Anchor, the New Dale, the Arakada Maker. So Rich Life, then you talk about whatever thing. They talk about the nutritional value. But better spread, easy and better spread, Flora. So they combine these two and design the positioning message in the mindset of the consumer. This is where the beauty. It's not easy. You can't do overnight. Sometimes you have to do research on the consumer psychology, consumer expectation, consumer attraction, even towards certain taglines, right? The positioning message. Then only you have to come up with the proper message. So you got to identify. So may perceptual map එක identify කරනකොට when you are designing the perceptual map, identify the uniqueness in your brand and then start comparing your brand against your competition. Now we were talking about the competitive advantage and the comparative advantage, right? So and comparative advantage is basically you look at to position in that particular category. Are you fitting seriously in that particular category as a product? So the comparative advantage, right? So competitive advantage in the sense, the uniqueness what you have against your competition. So what do we position? We position the competitive advantage. We position something called point of parity right? So point of difference in the mindset of the consumer. Then make competitive advantage a point of parity, point of difference position in the mindset of the competitor. So the challenge is to identify this competitive advantage. Another challenge. අපේ uniqueness එක තමයි competitive advantage එක කියලා කියන්නේ. So we need to identify that. So competitive advantage එකම, right? I'm not saying 100% same, but competitive advantage is somewhat similar to USP, unique selling point. Unique selling point. So unique selling point means USP is the uniqueness or unique differentiated point what we try to communicate with the target market and the target audience. It can be a mechanical one, but you might position with the emotional combination of it. Then uniqueness එක තමයි product එකේ durability එක. නමුත් durability එක විතරක් කියන්නේ නැතුව අපි ඒ durability එක personality එකත් එක්ක couple කරලා we just make it. Now take as an example Audi. Audi is talking about the safety, right? Drive safe. But that doesn't mean drive safe කියලා යකඩ ගොඩාල් වටේ ගහගෙන drive කරනවායි කියන එක නෙමෙයි. So drive safe at the same time they talk about okay. Audi, yes, drive safe, not Audi, sorry. Volvo safe drive. And at the same time they talk about the Volvo's personality. What type of a person you are talking about when it connected with the with Volvo? එතකොට unique selling point එක අපි mechanical values base කරගෙන විතරක් නෙමෙයි යන්නේ කියන එක. Again I'm repeating. So competitive advantage එක අපි unique selling point එකත් එක්ක connect කරනවා. But then again unique selling point does not mean only the mechanistic value, and the USP is always connected with the emotional values, with the psychological values to have a better positioning. Right? So now look at this, the unique selling point. Now, when you look at the unique selling point, guys, now if you are here, now no point of being here. Now, see what your brand does well and what your competitor can do well. If both same, no point. If both same, no point. ඕගොල්ලෝගේ brand එකකට කරන්න පුළුවන් දේ competitor එකකට කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් තේරුමක් නැහැ. Right? So now let's say as example, your competitor can do something, and that is attracted to your consumer also, what the consumer basically want. That also we not a place where we need to attract, because your competitor is already into it and that is attracted by the consumer. So you got to identify what you can do better, and you need to look at whether that uniqueness is demanded. You need to look at whether that uniqueness is demanded or attracted to the target market and the target audience. If so, only you can talk about the unique selling proposition. And remember, you also have a unique value, your competitors also have a unique value, and your consumer expecting the same thing, and you're in a challenge. You're in a huge challenge, and the consumer might get confused from whom to buy. මෙතන්ට යන්නද කියන එක consumerටත් confused වෙනවා. මොකද දෙන්නම එකම දේ දෙනවා නම්. So then that is not a good thing. So you always need to get away from this, these points, and you need to make sure your competitor is not touching the values what you're communicating. එතන තමයි මම මේ කිව්වේ මෙන්න මේක identify කරගන්න එක. Positioning grid එක, perceptual map. When you are designing the perceptual map, you try to avoid as much as possible what competitor can comment or duplicate your value, and get into the uniqueness what you have in your brand and talk about. So positioning, point of difference, category what you call frame of competition in the category, and the unique selling proposition, combination of uniqueness in your product values goes hand in hand on the positioning, my dear friends. Remember, අපිට මේවා එක එකක් වෙන වෙනම identify කරගන්න බෑ. මේ ඔක්කොම එකට connect වෙලා තමයි final positioning එකක් හැදෙන්නේ. So the differentiation, we said, okay, we are positioning the differentiation, so you got to identify that, right? So එක එක දැන් අපි උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් Levi's position කරන්නේ toughness එක, right? Ruggedness එක. Okay, Levi's කියන brand එක ගත්තොත්. එතකොට අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම CK වගේ එකක් ගත්තොත් unique lifestyle එකක්, unique personality එකක්, socialized personality එකක්, fun loving personality එකක් තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ position කරන්නේ, right? So ඒ වගේ we need to identify that. Okay. So any questions so far? I will just take you all through few points over here. Since you all have this, you can go through. Now see, Coca-Cola positioning statement. Find the individual looking for high quality beverage, right? Then make an internal statement, okay? Then make a communicate කරන්න බෑ අපිට mindset එකට. මේක තමයි අපි internally මෙන්න මේ ටික achieve කරන්න තමයි අපි internally වැඩ ටික කරන්නේ. So මේ message එක නෙමෙයි consumer ට දෙන්නේ. මේ ඔක්කොම combine කරපු essence එකයි consumer ගේ ඔළුවට අපි දාන්නේ. දැන් Nike කියලා කිව්වහම as an example, just do it කියන statement එකට ඒගොල්ලෝ design කරන. Sometimes certain statements comes overnight, right? Just do it, and that goes into the mindset of the people, and that statement connected all the values related to the product, right? Then as a approach what we are taking to build the brand positioning, you need to combine everything together and design the proper essence of the essence to the brand to communicate in the mindset of the consumer. Then BMW says ultimate driving machine, right? BMW is talking about ultimate driving machine. Now, what are the driving machines? Even an aircraft is a driving machine. Even a caterpillar is a driving machine. Even a lorry is a driving machine. Even a car is a driving machine. And even a bicycle is a driving machine. But they said, okay, your ultimate driving machine is a BMW. Others are just driving machines. Others are just vehicles. Ultimate driving machine is what? So which means what the word ultimate driving machine is talk about, okay, this is the best. I mean, this is the positioning you are talking about. This is the positioning you are talking. You got to identify. Now, just do it statement by Nike, right? Just do it statement by Nike. When you look at, this is the essence they are talking about. And when you look at their vision, they just said converting every individual who get out from their couch and go for jogging is a sports personality, which means the vision of Nike, how they try to communicate, how they try to build converting every individual who get out from their couch and go for jogging considered as a sports personality. I mean, that is the vision, to convert every individual to a sports personality. So just do it. You may not do what you call regular exercise, regular practices to be athletes or professional sports personality. Wear a Nike, just do it so you can become a sports personality. So think about the way they have finger licking good as an example, right? Finger licking good, right? Now, we know, okay, licking fingers after eat is not good, but you don't feel not licking the finger with the taste of KFC. if you come across with one advertisement, if I can remember, I think Morally was there. I will share with you all if I find that advertisement again, right? Now ඒගොල්ලොන් අර බෝලෙට කෙල ගහනවනේ දාලි වල මේ බෝල් ඒක පොලිෂ් කරනවනේ, right? එතකොට මේ ඒගොල්ලොන් ඒක පොලිෂ් කරනකොට Morally තමයි if I can remember, he was there in the advertisement. He's licking the finger. Then the taste of KFC he had, okay, meal he had before the match, he got. Then he started licking the fingers. So, I mean, look, what I wanted to tell you, I mean, even certain negative things you can positively position in the mindset. Drink and drive. Who says? We always say don't drink and drive, right? So, but Nescafe is saying drink and drive. You look at how these things are going into the mindset, into the consumer. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. මේ global brands ගන්නේ ඒවයි යම්කිසි දෙයක් තියෙන හින්දා. I'm not saying local brands වල නැහැයි කියන එක. But it's very easy for us to explain these concepts. දැන් මේක ගත්තොත්. Look at this, right? Feel confident and glowing, right? Then now look at the Harley Davidson bicycles. If you can visualize the shape of Harley Davidson bicycles. Now Harley Davidson used to be kind of a gangster's vehicle, no, in US. Okay, gangsters feel free and they don't have, kind of a long-term vision. They live in that particular moment, and so they're like that, feel free. So they have combined certain values and brought up the brand essence in a way which it can take the long way with the target market and the target audience. So, Harley Davidson, the motorbicycle company, the motorbicycle brands. So you can look at. So guys, the summary, you got to get into the mindset of the consumers. That is what we identified as the positioning. And when you do that, you got to identify your point of difference. What is your uniqueness? Based on that, you need to create a unique selling proposition. The combination of uniqueness, what you have in your brand, can deliver better than your competitor, which is demanded by the target market and the target audience whom you have identified by segmenting. That we identified as brand positioning. If may brand positioning එක තමයි message එකක් විදියට, essence එකක් විදියට we are taking into the mindset of the consumer. So brand essence එක විදියට අපි ගෙනියන්නේ. මේ message එක තමයි finally අපි design කරන message එක තමයි brand එකේ essence එක වෙන්නේ. Open happiness. මෙන්න මේක තමයි essence එක. මේක තමයි essence එක. Right? So life's good. Right? මේක තමයි essence එක. Right? So see, guys, you got to identify this point. Any questions? Anything here in segmentation, targeting, and positioning? Any question you all have? Kameshi Chandana, any question? Where are the others? Maybe a power failure. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Kamesh, you have any questions there? Senal, what about Moko අනික් කට්ටිය? හැලිලාද කියන්නේ මේ what do you call light නැද්ද? Senal?
Yes, some of them are not responding. I think I don't know, maybe power cut. Yeah.
Power cut is killing. No, I seriously don't understand what to do. Right? It's killing everything. Kameshi, where do you stay? Chandana, where do you stay?
I live in both.
Live in Goal, no? They also you have power cut, no?
Yes, I'm in the car.
Huh?
I'm in the car.
Seriously.
I am focused on the sun.
Okay. Car is the best place, but no, no disturbance, nothing. You go to the back seat and do. Right? It's very easy.
Of course.
Kameshi, Kameshi, where do you stay? Kameshi, are you there? Kameshi Akshika. Yeah, she must be in Colombo, right? Okay. So you all okay, right? So Chandana, you are okay with the concept segmentation, targeting, and positioning, right? So let's. Chandana, you said you are doing an MBA. Where? Which MBA? Which university?
This slim one.
Okay. Slim. What is the university? You're not. Huh?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I couldn't hand over this dissertation. It was
Oh my
30th that I
goodness.
have to hand over. I had to hand over, but 29th my laptop was stolen by a thief.
Seriously?
Things was there, so I pass it to the next batch. So everything I did, I got the supervisor approval and other. So
No, seriously, in vain.
it is.
Then
Actually, it was a company lab, so I had to go to police and complain, make the complaint, and then now I'm using my private. So everything was done with the presentations, documentation, analysis. So it was not only the money value, but in terms of my workload, it increases again.
Yeah, that is the problem. Now, yeah, actually what happened for my previous laptop, apparently it got a virus from a mail. Each and every document, right? I was using that laptop for about 6 to 7 years, right? Now you just imagine I upgraded the hard disk also and everything was there. You just imagine one virus attack killed the whole effort of 7 years and the documents, the family photos, the official documents, presentations, the education materials, everything gone. අර ඒක ගියා කියලා කියන්නේ දැන් අපේ ඇත්තටම මේකනේ ගොඩක් දේවල් තියෙන්නේ. මේකට මොනවා හරි දෙයක් වුණොත් තියෙන asset ටික ඔක්කොම අරන් ගියාට වඩා හපන් ඇත්තට මේ වගේ දෙයක් වුණොත් because you have to do it again, no, because we don't usually do backup I mean every day න. දැන් නම් මම පොඩි මේ
MBA thing I had a copy because I sent it to the supervisor, no? But even after sending to the supervisor, I made some changes, remarkable changes. So those things I couldn't do it within 1 day. So I informed Slim that pass it to the next batch. So only thing I have to do is now have to hand over the presentation. So that can be done.
pretty challenging. In way, no, the timing නේ අපරාධ. ඒ කියන්නේ මාස ගානක් ආයි පස්සට යන එකනේ වෙන්නේ. ඒ වගේ දෙයක් වුණාම. එතනයි තියෙන එකම challenge එක. How many are there in that this thing batch channel?
Actually, they recruited only 50. There were more. They took only 50 because they are giving this MBA within 6 months and actually 3 assignment kind of things to be done, and only the guys who has completed this PG DIP can complete this MBA. So many years, a lot of people might have done this PG DIP. So with that, with 4 lakhs, I think it's around 4 lakhs. So Yeah, so it's cheaper and it's a government university of UK, so it's recognized, and everybody is now trying to get into this MBA and complete. Even Mr. Somans also did.
Seriously?
Yeah, yeah. He did
Okay.
with us.
Okay. That's
You
cool.
might know. He was a lecturer and also president, past
Yeah,
president of.
Drinking buddy. One of our drinking partner. He's a good guy, yeah. He's a down to earth, a good guy. I නෑ ලොකු මුකුත් නෑ මනුස්සකම තියෙන හොඳ පුද්ගලෙක්. Right?
Good. Yes, a better knowledge even regarding this. I did CPM regarding the economics of countries.
Yeah, international marketing, he's good. Huh? He's good for international marketing. He himself and Amita was doing, previously Amita Gamage was doing international marketing in CPM. Amita was bloody brilliant, right, in his international marketing. He knows everything into international marketing. And after that only Somoansa came because Amita left Slim. So Somoansa is having a good knowledge. He is a practical person. I mean, like he's having good experience also. Good gent.
He has been to countries with his possession.
Yeah. Now still he's in DSI නේද මට අපි අන්තිමටම හම්බුනේ.
Yeah, he's still in.
ගිය අවුරුද්ද. මේ අවුරුද්ද තාම හම්බ වෙන්න බැරි වුණා. So good. කවුරු කවුරුද lectures කරන්නේ මේ MBA එකේ?
MBA, it was a university lecturer, the lady, I don't remember the name. One ma'am was there. It's actually not there. They don't do any kind of academic things. Since we have already completed this PG, they are just guiding to this MBA. That's what they are doing.
Okay. Straight away for the thesis.
Yes. They just give us the details to how to complete this MBA and the research activity they do, the methods and other things, and it's guiding to complete the MBA.
No, any classroom sessions?
Yeah, classrooms they do regarding the research methods and data collection, analysis, and all these things they do, but not much into theories because all these students anyway they completed the PG diploma, so they are not going into details.
Okay. But there's a concern now. If you are planning a migration, of course, 6 months is not accepted. That point is there.
Yeah. Only thing is now actually even we don't I don't want much details regarding this MBA. I love to learn marketing and branding. Sales I know anyway. That is why I joined these programs also anyway, marketing and brands. And but to go up in our career ladder, we need MBA.
You need MBA, otherwise it's like this now. Those 3 letters are important now. It's like this, Nachanda. Now, actually, you can get a PhD when you're at 25. Now the education have become so speed. Now, once you complete London O level at the age of 14, IGCSE, you can complete at 14. So straight away from London O level, you can go for, without doing AS and A2 A level, right? You can go to a degree, right? Starting from the stage 1, first year with the O level. So 3 years, then by 17, they come out with the degree, right? So then taking about 1.5 to 2 years, they do MBA. So by 19, they have MBA. So PhD maximum 4 years now, right? So by 25, they are PhD holders. that challenge is there. So, I mean, we need MBA right now. Otherwise, bit of a challenge because everybody's having now MBA. It's
Of course.
Yeah, it's more than the knowledge what you sometimes gather from MBA. Anyway, I mean, like the people. I mean, if you are into the industry, you are having the knowledge. The practical part is there, but you need some kind of a recognition from the theoretical perspectives. So for that, you need an MBA. Otherwise, very difficult to survive. Sometimes.
Yeah, that is the key objective of mine. So I wanted to complete my MBA. Anyway, we have done this thesis kind of things several times. It's PGD and one more exam.
Okay.
So I was lacking with this MBA, the related designation.
Yeah,
So
no, it's better. It's better to
I
have
wanted.
it. Because I mean, like even
Branding and marketing, actually, I love to listen, and even my wife is also listening at the home. So these stories are actually when you teach, even my kids also listen because I connected to a Bluetooth device and everybody's in their home. They are listening. They love to listen to these stories. They love to evolve this brand matters, how brands built. Now they also know regarding the branding and marketing several areas. It's good for the kids also when they become big. They have gathered some knowledge even while even going here and there. Listen to this. This is it.
Exactly. It's good. Anyway, the branding is pretty interesting. It's a bit of a challenging subject to implement in practice in real, but it's very interesting area. It's purely a mind game. It's actually a mind game. How you manage it, you will do. දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම يعني එතනින් තමයි ඔය නැග්ම තියෙන්නේ brand එකේ. It's not easy. Now people might, if they start rejecting, so it might completely destroy the whole brand equity නේ. Continuity එකක් maintain කරන එක, adaptation එක, agility තියෙන්න ඕනේ. So much of challenge. දැන් ඉස්සරහට දැන් තමයි මේ trend එක ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ. දැන් ඉස්සරහට ඇත්තටම brand managers are overtaking the marketing management. දැන් ඉස්සරහට ඔය trend එක එනවා. දැන් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට brand managers ලා directly report කරන්නේ company ownership එකට, marketing managers ලාට නෙමෙයි. දැන්ට ලංකාවේ එහෙම companies තියෙනවා. brand managers ලා marketing director report කරන්නේ නැහැ. marketing director සමහර වෙලාවට සමහර companies වල I know he's looking after the communication part and the strategy part comes from the brand managers. අර ඒ level එකට දැන් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ because that area is so important.
It's like watching a movie, regarding the brand story behind the brand from the beginning to how far has it become up to this level. It's like watching a movie.
Exactly. I mean, you can even you would have been there for about 100 years. You might collapse in one day. Never know. Yeah. Might collapse in one day. Never know.
Even the football tournament, this players thing. You might remember this. The world-renowned football player. He removed this the Coca-Cola bottle during the press conference.
I can't remember. No.
Yeah. The last year during this press conference, he removed a Coca-Cola bottle in front of the press conference, which was on his table.
No, seriously.
Said that water is good, better than Coca-Cola. It was badly hit the Coca-Cola market share, and even the share prices also went down. It was a nice story. Very recently.
Is it?
Yeah.
Who was the player?
Ronaldo.
Seriously?
Yes.
It's it. You should see the press conference. අර ඒ වගේ දේවල් ඇත්තටම ප්‍රැක්ටිකලි සමහර මේ මාකට් එකේ වෙන දේවල් සෑහෙන්න මේ දෙයක් කරනවා බ්‍රෑන්ඩ්ස් වලට. those are so interesting. අර ඒක ස්ටඩි කරගෙන යනකොට තමයි ස්ට්‍රැටජිස් ගහන්න ඕනේ කොහෙන්ද කියලා ඉවරලා අපිට බලන්න ලේසි. අර the best
අර අපේ happy cow කියලා brand එකක් තියෙනවනේ. happy cow.
Oh, happy cow.
Yesterday I had a meeting with this finance team. They says
Yeah.
that with this situation, they asked me to reduce the distribution by 50%. Sales step ला 50 50 අඩු කරන්න කියනවා, distributors 50 අඩු කරන්න කියනවා, area managers 50 අඩු කරන්න කියනවා.
No. Okay.
Hello.
That is because of your volume supply, volume of import is reducing, no? Imports issue, no?
එක හින්දායි ඩොලර් ප්‍රශ්නේ හින්දා.
Yeah, I mean like
in cost එක බලුවොත් ලොකු cost එකක් නේ reply cost එක කියලා කියන්නේ පොඩි එකක්. සමහර reply එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ කම්පැනි එකට මිලියන ගානක සේල් එකක් කරන 5 මිලියන් සේල් එකක් කරන එක රෙප්පෙනි. reply එකක් කියන්නේ 5 මිලියන්.
Yeah, you are reducing in the sense, yeah, it's true.
එතකොට මේ බ්‍රෑන්ඩ් එක අවුරුදු 30ක් තිස්සේ නගලා කස්ටමර්ස්ට තේරුම් කළා දැන් එකපාරට මේ තීරණය ගත්තා තව මාසයකින් මාකට් එක නෝමල් වුණොත් අපි කම්පියුටර් මාකට් දීලා ඉවරයි.
Exactly. So what happened? I mean, you are giving space for another person to enter. Because anyway, the people, those who are consuming need options. No? When your availability is not there, someone else might pump. Now see how many local brands have come up to the market. How many local brands have come up to the market. So getting opportunities for those brands, new brands.
ඔව්.
What is there? Let's see. Ameshi, are you there? I think Kameshi has gone. Samadhi. Manojan. Let's move on to the other area now. මේක තමයි පොඩි challenging area එකක් තියෙන්නේ දැන්. අපිට brand equity එක කතා කරන එක. Let's look at that area. Right. Sinal, just put a message in the group again if you can get others also. Good. Mokada, I'm just talking about a unique topic. Sinal, are you there? Right. So let's look at this area. It's recording there. Yes, recording has started. So now, Chandan, you can see this, right? The screen.
Yes.
Right. අපි මේක කරේ නෑනේ නේද අපේ session එකේ මෙහෙ කරේ නෑනේ නේද? We didn't do that නේ. Okay. Now this is actually one of the main model introduced by Kevin Lane Keller. Right now it's like this. Now brand equity is something what every brand is needed. Equity in the sense the value, right? Equity means the value of the brand. Brand equity is equivalent to the value of the brand. Now our expectation is to increase the brand equity in the sense increasing the brand value. When you look at the brand value, it can be the financial value of the brand or in whatever the other way, other values of the brand. Now let's say as example, if your brand is a well-known brand, that is also increasing equity. If your brand is having 1,000 customers today and tomorrow 1,500 customers, that also increasing the equity. So brand value finally boils down to the profitability of the brand in financial terms. So intention is to increase that. Intention is to increase that. So if you look at a few years back, as per the Interbrands ranking, Coca-Cola's market capitalization, I mean the brand equity or the brand value, which means the value of the name of the brand is 68% from the total market capitalization. Asset value එක අපි අයින් කරාම, tangible asset අයින් කරාම, building vehicles ඒවා මේවා අයින් කරාම, right? Out of the total market capitalization, 68% goes to this brand equity, the brand value, the value of the brand, the financial value of the brand is 68%, was 68% few years back in Coca-Cola. So that is the equity of the brand. So we can't build it overnight. You can't build it overnight. So when you look at the brand value, this Kevin Lane Keller introduced the model called customer-based brand equity pyramid in 2009. Now here, this model is, the good thing in this model, it talks about both consumer market as well as the business market. ගොඩක් වෙලාවට කතා කරන්නේ එක්ක consumer market එක එක්ක business market එකනේ. So but here Keller is talking addressing both the market, the consumer market as well as the industrial market, using this brand equity CBBE model, made commonly known as CBBE model, consumer based brand equity model. right? So when you build the equity, when we try to build brand equity, right, we need to identify, okay, I mean, what makes the brand stronger? මොකද්ද brand එක strong කරන්නේ? අපේ brand එකක් නම් අපි build කරන්නේ. මේ brand එක strong කරන points මොනවද? Right? And how do we build those strong points? අපේ brand එක strong කරනවා නම් product එකේ certain benefits වලින්, standards වලින්, features වලින්, එහෙම නැත්නම් අපිට තියෙන culture එකෙන්, අපේ organization එකේ තියෙන corporate values වලින්. So you should identify them, those points that makes the brand stronger. And once you identify, you need to look at, okay, how are we going to build those strong points and strong brand using those strong points? If you have those strong points, you need to look at, okay, how are we going to utilize those strong points to build the brand? But if you don't have those strong points, you need to look at, okay, how are we going to gain these strong points? So both important. එතකොට points ටික තියෙනවා නම් strong points brand එකේ තියෙනවා නම් ඒක utilize කරන්නේ කොහොමද? Strong points නැත්තම් ඒ strong points brand එකට ගන්නෙ කොහොමද කියන එක දෙකම කතා කරනවා නම් then we can talk about improving the brand equity. This CBBE model by Kevin Lane Keller is addressing both. එතකොට යා කියනවා brand එකක් strong කරන්න මොනවද ඕන කරන points ටිකක් කියනවා. යා කියනවා මේ points ටික use කරලා කොහොමද ඒක build කරගන්නේ කියන එකත්. restaurants එකක් brand එකට build කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියන එකත් he's talking about under this. Before we talk about anything, let's identify the model slowly, and I mean I identify the background behind the model. මම මේ model එක වුණත් දැම්මම කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. Model එකට අදාළ background එක අපි කතා කරමු. So after that you can talk about, you can identify what how we are going to use the CBBE model or the consumer based brand equity model. Now consumer based brand equity, now equity, as I said, okay, the brand equity, first we need to look at, okay, what is brand equity? What is brand equity? So brand equity is the brand value, right? Value of the brand. It can be basically the financial value of the brand, as I said earlier. Now, when you look at increasing the brand equity, what we need to look at, there are three key things. There are three key drivers to improve the brand equity. One thing is the customer awareness of the brand. If nobody knows about your brand, how can we increase the brand equity? How can we increase the brand value? Because nobody knows. So the first thing you got to do is to create the awareness towards the brand. Then people get to know about the brand. People build the knowledge about the brand with this awareness. So you run marketing communication campaigns, you run brand communication campaigns to create the awareness, build the awareness, build the knowledge about the brand in the mindset of the consumer, so that you can I mean, consider that as a starting point. So brand positioning වලදීත් අපි කතා කරන්නේ ඒකට position කරන්න බෑනේ අපිට awareness එක කතා කරන්න නැතුව. We can't talk about brand positioning. We were talking about brand positioning after the segmentation targeting. So අපිට ඕක කරන්න බෑනේ. Positioning අපිට කරන්න නැතුව අපිට ඕක කරන්න බෑනේ. Right? Awareness එක කරන්න නැතුව අපිට positioning කරන්න බෑනේ. So brand awareness, the customer awareness of the brand is one of the significant point to improve the brand equity. And the other one, customer brand attitudes. Actually, how customers' attitudes towards the brand, right? How customers' attitudes towards the brand, as well as how the attitude of the brands towards the customer. Both important. එතකොට කස්ටමර්ගේ brand එකට තියෙන ආකල්පය මොකක්ද? Whether it is a good brand or a bad brand, whether it is a brand which is supporting, whether the brand is basically disturbing the life, or whether the brand is a protective brand, whether the brand is increasing the life of the individual. So attitudes, we need to look at how people feel, how people accept the brand with their attitude. We need to look at, and at the same time,
That attitude, who is building? Brand owner is building the attitude now. So you got to have a clear idea about what the attitude brand is building in the mindset of the consumer also. මොන වගේ attitude එකක්ද brand එක customer ගැන තියෙන්නේ කියන එකත් you got to build. Then let's say as example, brand is not bothered about the customer, don't care attitude, right? They do whatever they want. So I mean, sometimes the product might get rejected if the brand is not operating in a monopoly market. So if the brand is operating in a monopoly market, whatever the attitude, sometimes people have to accept. Now, long time back, as an example, when Shell Gas as the only domestic gas supplier in the market. So if you can remember their attitudes of changing the price, still, I mean, due to the current condition, they are changing. It's a different story. But long time back, they were managing the monopoly and they were dictating terms on the consumer, neglecting consumer. They didn't bother. They didn't care the consumer. But now after competition appeared with love, they started implementing a moderate attitude towards the consumer, knowing that the competition is available, the strong competition is available. So they were basically, increasing the distribution, they were increasing the availability, they were supplying things. I mean, I'm not talking about the current context, I'm talking about the previous context, right? So attitude towards the consumer from the brand as well as the consumer attitudes towards the brand, both important to improve the brand equity. Then the third point is the consumer perception on the brand ethics. How consumer perceive the brand ethics, how good the brand values, how ethical the brands to build the values of the consumer. So points are there. They look at all these areas. So these three key dimensions, the key areas, are highly important to increase the brand equity. One is the awareness and attitude of the consumer towards the brand, and the perception of the consumer on the brand ethics, the ethical side of the brand. Three main things. දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම brand එක market එකට ethically supply කරන්න නැත්තම්, right? ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ කරන business එක ethical නැත්තම්, activities ethical නැත්තම්, so people will reject the brand. People will start choosing the competing brand against your brand. So something like that. So customer-based brand equity model, as I said earlier, equity to build. Remember, if the brand equity to build, there are things we need to look at in building, where the customer-based brand equity model covers all these areas. Now, awareness, of course, as we were talking about, we need to increase. Then it will support for the brand equity. And also brand image. Brand image in the sense, once again, if the customers are having a positive attitude towards the brand, the image will be positive. If the customers are having negative attitudes towards the brand, image will be negative. So when you design a brand, you got to, if your intention is to increase the equity of the brand, you got to work on the image building, the reputation and the image building of the brand. And another one, the customer perception. Then again, how customer thinks about the brand. Perception is directly related to the mind of perceived values. If customer perceive this brand as a trustworthy, reliable, honest brand, so which means the perception is positive. So if that is increasing in the sense, equity is increasing. Response towards the brand. When you look at this point, the response towards the brand. When number of customers, those who are responding to the brand, increasing daily, those who are positively responding to the brand, increasing daily, which means brand equity is increasing daily. So with the positive response, brand equity will increase. With the negative response, the brand equity will decrease, will reduce. And the loyalty, of course, the loyalty. If the brand loyalty is increasing, again, a number of loyal customers are increasing. So when the number of loyal customers are increasing, the value of the brand is increasing. Value of the brand is increasing in the sense, finally, the equity of the brand is increasing. So what we need to look at, we need to identify all these dimensions which can increase the equity of the brand. Now, the CBBE model is talking about all these areas. Customer-based brand equity model by Kevin Lane Keller is talking about all these areas, right? So, and having identified the target market and the target audience, this model gives us the opportunity to influence the consumer behavior. Customer behavior එක අපිට influence කරන්න path එක හදලා දෙනවා මේ model එක use කරලා. By using this model, we can design our strategies to influence the customer towards the positive side of the brand equity. So that also we need to look at. So you look at is the CBBE model, the third paragraph. CBBE model shows the power of the brand lies with the customers have learned felt, which means you are talking about how much they aware of the brand, how much they like the brand, how much they feel the brand, and all these things are important. All these things are important. I mean, in simple term, what is there in the mindset of the consumer? Finally, again, we are coming into the mindset of the consumer. If the consumer mind is positive towards the brand, your equity is increasing. Mind එක positive වෙන්න awareness එක තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Positive mind එකක positive image එකක් build වෙනවා. Positive mind එකක positive perception එකක් තියෙනවා. Positive mind එකක් positively loyal වෙනවා. Positive mind එකක් positively response කරනවා. So positive image which is built in the mindset of the consumer is crucial to improve the brand equity. ඔන්න ඔය dimension එක improve කරන්න path එක හදලා දෙනවා අපිට using the CBBE model. So when you look at, right, when you look at CBBE model, we see 3 ingredients, guys. Now, ingredients ගත්තොත් CBBE model support us to bring a differential effect in the mindset of the consumer against the competition and the commodities. අපේ brand එකට differentiation එකක්, differential effect එකක් build කරන්න, competitor ට වඩා හොඳයි කියන differential effect එකක් build කරන්න CBBE model එක support කරන, and also not only related to the competitor but even the commodities. Then when we really look at, we need to look at the point of parity, no? Right? Point of parity කියලා කියන්නේ category එක ඇතුලේ අපිට place වෙන්න අපි ready ද කියන එක තමයි point of parity කියලා කියන්නේ in simple term. එතකොට ඒ category එක ඇතුලේ direct competitors ලා ඉන්න පුළුවන්, commodities තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. Right? Unbranded commodities තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. So you got to identify that. Can we create a differential effect? So CBBE is talking about how to create the differential effect with this. And the brand knowledge, as I talk about the brand knowledge, how to create the brand knowledge and how the brand knowledge basically for working on the equity. And then the consumer response to the marketing activity. Now, I mean, how consumer react to our brand communication activities, how consumer react to our marketing communication activities. Let's say as example, if we are running an advertising campaign, if we are running a sales promotion campaign, how do they respond to that, right? So that also discuss along with the, and how to create the brand response strategy, and how it will build the brand equity. Both are discussed at the CBBE model. So consumer response, if we really look at to the marketing activity, the customer differential response, which makes up the brand equity. consumer response is increasing, the brand equity is increasing. Consumer response towards the brand is decreasing, so the brand is decreasing. Consumer perception is increasing, brand equity is increasing. Consumer preference towards your brand against the other brand increasing, the brand equity is increasing. ඔය හැම එකකින්ම වෙන්නේ මොකද්ද? brand එකේ තියෙන equity එක, brand එකේ value එක වැඩි කරන එක. So brand knowledge now in CBBE model, we talk highly about the brand knowledge and getting into the mindset, brand positioning and awareness, image. So all these things are connected with the knowledge of the brand. Knowledge එකක් එන්නේ නැතුව awareness එකක් එන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම නැත්නම් awareness එක create කරන්න නැතුව communication එක create කරන්න නැතුව awareness එක knowledge එක එන්නේ නැහැ. ඒතර awareness එකයි knowledge එකයි දෙකම නැත්තම් අපිට image එකක් build කරන්න බෑ. So if we are to make our brand stronger, we need to practice the marketing communication or the brand communication strategy to create the awareness and the knowledge. Brand එකේ awareness එක මෙහෙම brand එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ brand එක ගැන knowledge එකක් තියෙනවා නම්, so you slowly build the equity. And remember, awareness and the knowledge itself doesn't do anything. මිනිස්සු brand එක ගැන දන්නවා. brand එක ගැන knowledge එකක් තියෙනවා. But brand එකට respond කරන්නේ නැහැ. Because brand එක ගැන දන්න brand හැම එකක්ම අපි purchase කරන්නේ නැහැනේ. So when you talk about the knowledge, you need to talk about the knowledge in a way where we can build a positive image and get the reaction from the consumer. So when you are building the knowledge, your awareness is important. Marketing communication campaigns are important. And by doing that, you build the image in the mindset of the consumer. You can a positive perception එකක් අපි customer ගේ එහෙම නැත්නම් target market and the target audience එකේ mind එකේ අපි paste කරනවා positive image එකක්. මොකද මේ knowledge කියන එක positioning එකට, image building එකට, awareness එකට crucial, and that knowledge we can deliver using whatever the marketing communication activities we implement in the market. So let's look at a few points. Right? Sources of brand equity. When you look at the brand equity එක හදන්න අපිට තියෙන sources මොනවද කියලා ගත්තොත් අපි බලන්න ඕනේ what caused the brand equity to exist, right? Or what caused the brand equity to increase. Brand equity එක වැඩි වෙන්න හරි equity එක තියෙන්න හරි මොනවද බලපාන්නේ, right? And එතකොට ඊළඟ එක තමයි කොහොමද මේ මාකටර් කෙනෙක් මේ brand equity එක හදන්න activities design කරන්නේ කියන එක. Then this is somewhat similar to these two questions. What makes the brand stronger and how do we build? Yes. එතන තමයි අපි brand equity එකේ CBBE positioning එක අපි කතා කරන්නේ. එතන තමයි අපි CBBE positioning එක කතා කරන්නේ. ඒතර brand equity එක දැන් අපි කතා කරා brand equity එක knowledge එකට brand knowledge එක equity එකට බලපානවා කියලා directly. එතකොට මේ knowledge එක හදන්න අපි awareness එක ගෙනියන්න ඕනේ. එතන තමයි අපි ඊළඟට කතා කරන්නේ. So we will be discussing if you are to build the knowledge, so how are we going to make the awareness and how these two are basically connected each other to increase the awareness. Now, when you look at the brand equity and how do we make it, awareness, guys, plays a major role. The main awareness එක කියලා කිව්වම අපිට හිතයි okay awareness. But what is awareness? What is awareness කියලා කිව්වම අපිට brand එක recognize කරගන්න පුළුවන් capacity එක සහ recall කරන්න පුළුවන් capacity එක. Awareness means recognition and recall both. brand එක දැක්ක ගමන් අපිට identify කරගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒ කියන්නේ we have right our awareness, prior experience, prior exposure with the brand. brand එක දකින්නෙත් නැතුව හරි නම ආපු පළියට අපිට recall කරගන්න පුළුවන් නම් which means we have a good awareness. It has gone into the mindset of the consumer, mindset of the person, which means what? Awareness. If you're running an awareness campaign, remember, we might run advertising campaign, huge advertising campaign, but people can't recall your brand. No point. No point. We run huge advertising campaign, huge promotion campaign, but when people see the brand in the market, they can't recognize. No point. So we need to make sure recognition and the recall ratio is increasing along with the brand awareness. එහෙම නැතුව අපි advertising කළා තේරුමක් නැහැ. මොකද recall එකයි recognition එකයි දෙකම build වෙනකොට එතන knowledge එක build වෙනවා. ඒ knowledge එකත් එක්ක තමයි අපි අර කලින් කතා කරපු image එක build වෙන්නේ, perception එක build වෙනවා, attitude towards the brand build වෙනවා. ඒකින්ද brand එකේ finally equity එක increase වෙනවා. Right? These things are very basic. Okay, so brand awareness එකක තියෙන advantage එක අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම they can get an idea about the brand, which means they can learn about the brand, learning advantage and the consideration advantage. Learning advantage, of course, very basic, but the consideration advantage. Awareness එක නැත්තම් product එක brand එක market එකේදී හම්බුණත් consideration, considering the brand to purchase will not be there. Awareness එක නැත්තම්, okay, learning එක නැති වෙනවා, learning එක නැත්තම් consideration එක නැති වෙනවා. So learning එකයි consideration එකයි තිබ්බොත් brand එකේ selection එක එනවා. So you got to identify these 2 points. Okay, awareness build the consideration and the learning advantage thing. අපි මේ awareness එක build කරනකොට recognition එක, recall ratio එක වැඩි වෙන විදියට awareness එක කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒ recognition එකයි recall ratio එකයි වැඩි වෙන එක වෙන්නේ මේ learning advantage එකයි, ඊට පස්සේ consideration advantage එකයි අපිට responses විදියට, benefits විදියට, advantages විදියට market එකෙන් finally හම්බ වෙනවා. So we need to look at that part. So brand එක strong කරන්න දැන් අපි මම මෙතනින් කෙලින්ම I will go into this model, right? So අපි මේ කතා කරපු models වලින් කතා කරපු දේවල් වලින් to build a strong brand. So what do we need to do, right? What do we need to do? That is where we talk about in the brand equity. මේක මේ CBBE model එක අපි technical terms අයින් කළා කතා කරොත්. If you talk about the model, skipping the technical terms, look at this very carefully. Now, our starting point is this at the bottom. Okay. If we are the brand owner, our intention should be to create the unique identification to the brand. To create unique identification to the brand, right? People should be able to identify the method. When you look at who are you, identity. What is the identity you're talking about? So, this can be done by awareness. This can be done by the communication. This can be done by the knowledge. This can be done by the image building. This can be done using all the communication strategies what we implement. So we need to give the identification to the brand first. So what did Kikkola do? Identification given, awareness is created, identification is given. People identify that as a the brand which is in the cola category. Then people should be able to recognize the meaning of the brand. What are you? Meaning of the brand. Mokadda. Okay. It's a cola category product. Cola. It's a cola category product. What does it do? Performance. දැන් මේ model එකේ මේ වම් පැත්ත ගත්තොත් අපි කතා කරනවා rational values. දකුණු පැත්ත අපි ගත්තොත් එම අපි කතා කරනවා emotional values. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙන්න මේ points දෙක අපි ගත්තොත් එම අපි දකුණු පැත්තේ තියෙන feelings, imagery means emotional values. Judgment, performance means mechanical values or the rational values කියලා අපි කියනවා. So person with this activity, they should be able to identify the real meaning behind the brand. Real meaning behind the brand, real purpose behind the brand. What does it do? What does it really do? Product features, product benefits, and what type of a image behind it? What type of a personality behind it? What type of a history behind it? What type of a heritage behind it? Look at the meaning of the brand. Is converted using two elements. One is the performance, one is the imagery. One is the performance and the other one is the imagery. So meaning means what you are talking about, finally the point of parity and the point of difference. In a cola category එකේ cola product එකක් විදියට identify කරගන්නවා, bottled drink එකක් විදියට identify කරගන්නවා. So that is point of parity, and the point of difference, it's local, and this like that you talk about. Imagery, fun, loving, and all these things you talk about. So we need to look at the meaning of the brand, the purpose behind the brand. Then the third point, what about you? And what do I think and feel about you? Consumer anger. Consumer anger. I mean, how do people judge the brand? How do people feel the brand? Consumer response. Consumer judge the brand. Okay, it's a Sri Lankan. Must be good. It comes from a good company. Consumer feel. It's happy, fun-loving, excite. Okay. Response. I mean, if the judgment is positive, you will have positive, accessible relationship. If the judgment and feeling is negative, your feelings, your reactions will be negative. So you talk about the consumer response towards whatever the performance and the imagery built by giving who you are and the real meaning of the, the brand. Identity and the meaning of the brand create the response from the market. So finally, with this, people build a relationship. What about you and me? What about you and me? ඔබ කවුද? ඔබේ purpose එක මොකක්ද? ඔබට මාත් එක්ක ඇති සම්බන්ධය මොකක්ද? ඔබයි මායි සම්බන්ධ වෙමුද? හරිම සරලයි. But මේක statements හතරක් විදියට සරල වුණාට මේ statements හතරේ activities, it's huge. So final resonance model is talking about active loyalty here. Continuous loyalty, development, attachment, deep engaging bond we talk about here. So relationship, what about you and me? What about you and me? Then only people will start use it. Then only people will continue the brand to consume, right? If you basically give a proper if you have managed all these, people will build the resonance, which means people will start consuming the brand, involving actively, and giving a better relationship. So may rational values, emotional values, may rational and emotional values, දෙකේම combination එකෙන් අපිට මේ steps හතර manage කරගෙන යන එක තමයි we identified in the consumer based brand equity model. So මේ model එක අපි implement කරනකොට මේ model එකේ තියෙන I mean we just summary මේ model එක implement කරනකොට අපිට බලා ගන්න පුළුවන් මේ salient points මොනවද? What are these salient points we need to talk about? What are the performance, the mechanical values, rational values we need to talk about? What are the emotional values we need to talk about? How people judgment and what are the things we need to make sure that we come across? We manage for people to give a positive judgment and positive feelings. So me tika manage කරන එක තමයි අපි කතා කරන්නේ equity එක manage කරන්න. So it is, I mean, it's not the end. This is just to get an idea about what is the CBBE model. So, I mean, after that, we'll keep a couple of examples and move forward with that. So, clear the main model like generally. My examples are anyway, it's 12:27. Chandana, what to clear the main model like generally?
Yes.
Right? Make a hurry, Mara Sarala model like right? Have I make implementation like a challenging model like a videra Sarala unata identity like a create karne ke kya nahi පුද්ගලයෙක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් එළියෙන් ගත්තොත් who are you are okay කවුද මේ එහෙනම් මෙයා මොනවද කරන්නේ මෙයාට මට තියෙන සම්බන්ධය මොනවද මම මෙයාත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වෙනවද කවුද මේ identity එක මෙයා මොනවද කරන්නේ මෙයාගේ meaning එක මට මෙයා සම්බන්ධ වෙන්නේ කොහොමද what about you and මෙයාව සම්බන්ධ කරගන්නවද what about you and me කියන එක so මෙන්න මේක build කරන steps ටික තමයි rational values වලින් සහ I mean emotional values වලින් අපි කතා කරන්නේ CBBE model එකේ so bit of a strategic model මෙන්න මේක ඇතුලේ කතා කරන්න තියෙන දේවල් තමයි අපිට ඊට පස්සේ deeply කතා කරන්න තියෙන්නේ so any question Chandana so far මේ model එක සම්බන්ධව ගත්තොත් මොනවා හරි තියෙනවද
It's clear for
it's clear නේ right
yeah.
right මොකද අපි brand positioning එකට එනකොට මේ ටික ඉවර කරලා positioning එකට ආවනම් එතනින් එහාට assignment එකේ අනිත් identity පවා කතා කරනවා මෙතන දැන් අපි මෙතන කතා කරනවා cap forest brand identity prism එක කතා කරනවා මේක ඉවර කරලා ඉවරලා right positioning ඉවර කරාට පස්සේ කතා කරන අනිත් එක තමයි brand identity prism එක. එතනදි කතා කරන brand identity එක හදනවා නම් මොන dimensions ද use කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා. So එතකොට assignment එකට ඒක ඕන වෙනවා brand identity part එක කතා කරන්න. existing brand identity එක ගැන එහෙම කතා කරන්න. දැන් මේ assignment එක තියෙන්නේ මුළු syllabus එකෙන්ම. එතකොට මේ assignment එක කතා කරනකොට මේ area එක කරලා මේකෙන් විතරක් මේ කැලල මුළු syllabus එකේම යන ගමන් තමයි අපිට assignment එක address කරගෙන යන්න තියෙන්නේ. But anyway, so you got the model now. So මේ model එකේ මොකද අවුලක් නැහැ නේද? Right. What I will do anyway, I will Senal මම මේකේ assignment එකට touch වෙන points ටිකත් මොනවද කියන එක මම අරගෙන දාන්නම් මේ areas වලින් assignment එක address කරනවා මේ model එකෙන් කියලා just communicate with the team so that they can whoever who was not there they can refer the recording and do it නේ we'll do like that then Senalo ඉන්නව නේද
Okay got it yes
මම වාට මේක මේව කරලා දෙන්නම් මේකේ point base දාලා දෙන්නම් ඒ ටික share කරන්න එතකොට ඒකෙන් ආපු නැති කට්ටියට recording refer කරලා ඉවරලා assignment එක කරගෙන යන එක කරන්න පුළුවන් right we'll do like that okay නේද so Chandana then we'll meet up in next week අපිට නෑ class week after next week we don't have Senal next week නේද අපි week after we'll do it next week because I'm also not in Colombo. So week after we'll meet up and finish this part. එතන මේකත් එක්කම අපි ඉවර කරනවා module 2 එක so that we can straight away go for the strategic one the audit එකත් එක්කම. We'll do like that. Okay. Right. Okay, Chandana. We'll meet up in week after that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you.